Good morning, Soldier Boy here, and welcome back to Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered for live stream number 2. So after we finished Origins last week, I'm trying to think what day it is, I'm losing track of days and time and stuff. We decided to go and start Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. We got this as part of the season pass of Odyssey. And the reason we decided to do this is because obviously the Siege of Paris DLC for Valhalla drops in the very near future, 12th of August to be exact. So because of that, we decided we would start this so I'm trying to find the one I actually want. Why can't I do that? So we decided in between we would start this, as it won't be anywhere near as long as previous. Why has that done that? Okay, it's because I've left it on the screen too long. So we are going to aim for the platinum and play through this and try and achieve as much as we can before the DLC hits. And then if we haven't finished it, we'll come back. What we didn't realise is with the Season Pass to Origins, we don't just get Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. We also get Assassin's Creed Liberation, and we get the Tyranny of King Washington DLC included. So potentially 2 platinums, because Liberation has its own platinum, and that's something we will be looking at getting. And obviously we'll have this, but if the DLC drops before we finished, we will go and do the Siege of Paris DLC, and then we'll come back. Now, we were talking on the Discord last night that playing this makes me want to replay every Assassin's Creed game there is and platinum them all. Now, that does come with some difficulties. The first Assassin's Creed game, the one that started the whole thing, cannot be played on the PS4. Doesn't exist. I so want them to remaster it. That would be the easiest way of us doing it. Whether that will happen, I don't know. It'd be nice if they did. But we can play the Ezio collection. There's obviously Syndicate, Black Flag, Unity. There's a lot. And yes, we've done them in the complete wrong order. But that doesn't matter. We'll try and do them in order. It's something we're thinking about. It does mean, do we delay the Witcher Platinum playthrough and do Assassin's Creed only for the time being? So let me know your thoughts, either in the Discord or in any of the streams. Just let me know what you think of that idea. Thanks for the like over that, was much appreciated. But yeah, we started off with Assassin's Creed. I kind of want to do them all, but I'm just unsure at this point of how, when, where. Obviously, I'm still injured, so I don't know whether I'll be going back to work or when. So I have a little bit of time, but we've got to work things out. So I hope everyone has a good weekend. So I'm trying to type and talk, which is where I really struggle. I so wish I could talk and type. It's just really, I don't know, it's the one thing I can't do together. Because otherwise I start typing what I'm saying. And obviously that doesn't go down very well. But yeah, let us know in the Discord or in any stream your thoughts about what we're thinking about. It does mean delaying The Witcher. Battlegrounds is still ongoing as an episodic playthrough. The aim is to get all the trophies. There is no platinum, but we're aiming to get every trophy anyway. And what else have we got ongoing? Oh, obviously Mass Effect. So Mass Effect is an interesting one, mainly because we are working with the website that I do a lot of gaming articles for. And they want us to feature the Platinum in an article once we've done it. So we were doing it live, but we had a few issues with the game crashing quite a bit. So the plan is to do it episodically, and then I'll do an article and link the videos and some of the trophies and things that way. That's my kind of plan. I can't remember if there's any more Battlefield 5 War Stories coming up. I can't think. I've scheduled stuff in advance. I can't remember half of it half the time until it comes up and I go, oh yeah. Obviously, the PS Plus free games this month are out live to be downloaded as of tomorrow. We are considering doing a tennis career in the tennis game, only because it's a bit of fun. And it's different, and I like different. It won't be live streamed though. I did put in the Discord the schedule for this week. Obviously, today we're a little bit later starting. My little boy was being picked up by his grandparents for the week. So I needed to wait for them to actually arrive. But yeah, tomorrow will be normal time, first thing in the morning, 4-hour stream. And then we have got a few things going on in the evenings as well. What I will do, actually, I will talk about it now, because I can get up on the Discord. So the plan for this week is today, obviously, 4-hour stream now. Tomorrow, 4-hour stream in the morning. We're going to do the Valhalla Mastery Challenges tomorrow evening. Then we're going to, Wednesday, morning stream, but it will end an hour earlier than normal. It'll be Assassin's Creed 3, as that's our main playthrough, as I've got a work phone call. And then Wednesday evening, for a couple of hours, we're going to hit Avengers, see if we can get any more characters leveled up. Obviously, the next expansion for War for Wakanda, where Black Panther is introduced, is out on the 17th of August. So I want to try and get a little bit more back into it. And on Thursday, we've got a morning live stream as normal with Assassin's Creed 3. And the evening of Thursday, we'll do a Valhalla Mastery live stream if we haven't already finished the Mastery Challenges, which I very much doubt. That's the plan for this week, as much as possible. It is in the Discord. If you've got Discord, you fancy joining, it is under my current name. But we're back. We are going to go and have a look now where we were. We've done 6% in an hour and 41 minutes. So the thing I was finding different about this when we started the other evening, and I was finding it difficult, controls are so different to what we're used to. The RPG era of Assassin's Creed, which I love RPG, I love the RPG era, has spoiled us a little bit when it comes to controls, because it is a lot easier to control. And it may be just because we're not used to it, and we will get back used to it, I don't know. Hopefully we will, otherwise my life is going to be extremely difficult. Spare me while I try and get a little bit comfortable. Right, so yeah, the controls I'm still getting used to. The other thing I'm really not sure of, I don't want to cause a fight with these guards. Okay, that was what I was unsure of. I've been trying to figure out in my head how I change stuff. So we can swap what we're using into different keys. Normal sword, hidden blade, obviously. I don't want to draw it. I just wanted to have a look. And then this one I can change pistol to smoke bombs, horse whistle, and throw money. It's getting used to the controls is the hardest point at this point, because it's so different to what we're used to. You know, an R1, R2 attack, L1 block, bow. It's just so different. but it will come with time. Thank you for the like. Good morning, Lisa. How are you? I'm not too bad, thank you. My little boy's gone to his grandparents for the week. Other half's at work. I'm in pain as usual. Nothing new. Right, what did we finish on last time? I'm trying to think. I also found out right at the end of the stream we have a map. Now I didn't think we had one, but we do. So you can see the synchronization points are very few and far between at the minute. So we need to do them. We'll not sync that one. I think they disappear when we sync them. Because I think... do they disappear? Let's have a look. No, they don't. They are there. We've obviously got games to play. That's a tavern. That's an almanac. Stores of the pound sign. I don't know what the courier missions are. That's something we need to look at. And an interactive conversation as well. But the main quest mission is here. So we'll carry on with that. Good morning, gaming. How are you? Yeah, it's just a case of getting used to the controls. So that's a run. That's a fast walk. Draw weapon, reflex shot. That's the issue. Is just getting used to buttons. But like I say, I think the RPG era has spoiled us a little bit when it comes to controls. Controlling the RPG games is so much easier. We can play a game. Do I want to play a game? I don't know what the game is. Let's have a look. Okay. I've never even known what this is, so I thought we'd have a look while we're here. 6 Men's Morris Intermediate, sometimes referred to as Cowboy Checkers. 9 Men's Morris is a board game that dates back to at least the Roman Empire. It is played on a board with 9 stones for each player. Players alternately place stones. 3 stones in a row gives a player right to remove an opposing stone. Leave your opponent with less than 3 pieces or block all his possible moves. 4 mills to capture enemy pieces. A mill is formed when 3 of your pieces are placed in a straight line. Forming a mill allows the player to take an enemy piece of their choice. Place the pieces one after the other in an empty on the board. Moving players take turn moving their pieces to a neighbouring empty slot. When a player is left with only 3 pieces, he can move them at any empty slots on the board. Okay. I'm not saying we're going to win, but we'll give it a go. We'll bet. Let's bet 50. I wasn't expecting to do this off the bat. You're okay. Is everything okay, gaming? Right, piece selector to place your pieces on the board. So let's select tactical camera. Let's play from there. There we go. That's our first piece. His turn. I think what we're going to do... He's going to block our piece, I would have said. Good. I'm glad you're good. How was your weekend? Okay, so we need to form a meal. The problem is I know the minute I try and... my thinking would be there. He's going to block there, isn't he? I love tactical things. I think just go on with the story, and once you get more info, you can start the mini games. Yeah, no, I agree. I want to carry on with I do want to carry on the story. I pressed it and then thought probably shouldn't have done. But we'll do this one game and then we'll just crack on with the story, side missions. Mini games can come later. Yeah, I kind of pressed it and thought, I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, nice. Well, I hope she had a good birthday. I'm definitely not winning, I know that much. Okay, no one can, now we can use it to move to an adjacent slot. Obviously none of these can move. That's the issue. And there's no... So the only pieces really I can move is going to be that. This is quite a long mini game. It's very tactical. Oh, I didn't expect him to do that. Okay. Everything's kind of blocked. I don't want to lose my £50 now though. Okay. That's kind of what I wanted. It's a very slow mini game. So I really enjoy games like chess. And this is similar. Ah, see, I need him to move that piece out. Ideally. I shouldn't have started this now, because now I'm stuck until we win. Oh, actually, I can create a mill in a minute. 2 moves, I should be able to have a mill, and I can get rid of a piece. Yeah. If I move that... Oh, no, he's going to mill himself. I've just noticed he can get a piece there for a mill, can't he? Oh, that's annoying. He's been very clever there. He moves that piece down, he's got a mill. There we go. We lose a piece. There was my chance at a mill gone. I need to now move that. No, I need to leave that there. I need to move this piece to there. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have started this. But we'll get back to the main game in a minute. I'm just gonna... We'll finish this match, obviously. I'm assuming if he moves that back down there now, it's another mill. And we lose another piece. Aha!
Won't take long to win at this rate.
No, it's not going to take long for him to win. We are about to lose... £50. He needs to take one more piece. There's nothing I can do. There is absolutely nothing I can do at this point. I think we can fly afterwards, which is the interesting point. If we're back, we're going to lose another piece. Right, we have less than 3 pieces. So now we can move our pieces to anywhere. Okay. I need to then block that move. I could just lose, to be fair. Okay. I think I've definitely lost. And I can't make in a minute I won't be able to make a mill. So if I can't make a mill, we've lost anyway. So I can keep blocking him, but maybe I should just let him win. I can't see a way to win at this point. And this isn't fun at this point. Right, if we move this away, he should get a mill, we should lose. Good morning, Keller, how are you? There we go, he's got a mill. We can't make a mill, we lost £50. That was my mistake for deciding to go in and play a mini game that I don't understand just yet. So we'll carry on with the story now and try and make that money back. But yeah, I hope you just had a nice birthday. That's always important. Right, there's conversations to be had here. So we can talk.
If I may, I was curious about your past with Braddock. You two clearly have a history.
Edward was one of us upon a time, and I considered him a close friend. He was brave and bold in ways few men are. But everything changed.
Still playing some Witcher. There's a few mini games by the looks of it.
And we're in the midst of egress.
And that was just one of them that I was bad
at
at.
the port with which we planned to make our escape. As we drew near, a young man and his family came upon us.
Oh, so there's a bit of history here.
Message. I consented, but Edward refused. The young man called him Craven then. So Edward killed him and all the rest.
Oh, wow.
Even the children. To this day, I don't know why. Was this the first time he'd struck out? Or had I simply never seen it before? Either way, things were never the same after that.
So
we campaigned together a few more times, but each outing was more
Haytham and Edward were
killed,
close.
Killed. Enemy or ally. Civilian or soldier. Guilty or innocent. It mattered not. If he perceived one to be an obstacle, they died. He maintained that violence was a more efficient solution. It became his mantra. And it broke my heart.
Wow.
I had no idea.
No.
He hides it well.
There's a lot
and
of history
intimidates
back
and to
there then.
silence any who discover him. Those who persist have a tendency to find misfortune.
And we should stop him.
Thanks for the like, that was much
I
appreciated.
suppose you're right. But I maintain a foolish hope that he might yet be saved and brought back round to reason.
So Haytham believes it's
I
not.
I know. It's a silly thing.
He
To
hopes
believe
more
that one
than
so
believes.
drenched in death might suddenly change.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry to have brought this up. It was not my intent to sour you.
Nonsense. We are brothers now. There should be no secrets between us.
Can't wait for the moment when Connor comes in. Yeah, well, I was saying, we were talking about this the other day on stream when we started playing, and I said, "Oh, you don't have an eagle or anything," and then I thought, "Hang on, we're not playing the right character." And this is where I'm a little bit lost because I'm pretty sure I've played these before. Let's have a quick look at something. So we've spoke to that guy, but if you go to the map, does that in? Oh, okay, you can't see the conversations, but on my mini map it says there's interactive conversations. I don't know how many of these you should have. I don't know if they lead to other things. Can we talk to all of these guys? We can. Right, let's just go and grab the story, I think. Infiltrating Southgate. Planning to read the database entries or skip them?
Gentlemen,
I'm a little bit
believe
lost.
I found the solution to our
What are the
problem.
Thank you for the like, that was much
Or rather,
appreciated.
Odysseus has.
How do you?
Database
You
entries?
guy.
The Greek hero you
We'll
want,
read them.
Cook.
Definitely.
Allow me to explain.
I need to find them first.
We enter Silas' fort under the pretext of kinship. Once inside, we spring our trap, free the captives,
I don't like skipping
kill the
anything,
slaver.
even if it involves reading.
Dodgy.
AC3 got me
dodgy.
top 4. Wow.
I like
Yeah,
it.
I'm a little bit lost. Mainly because I'm right in thinking we're not playing Connor, are we?
First, we need
'Cause
to
we're
find
Haytham.
ourselves a convoy.
So we're actually not playing the main character just yet. Am I right in that, or am I wrong? Or am I just getting things confused? Right, we need to get ourselves a convoy, but we also need to complete the optional objectives. Oh, okay, cool. We need to have a look at them.
Convoy
Oh, so we'll be
should
Connor shortly. So
Attack on
Haytham,
my signal.
I did think
Understood,
Haytham
sir.
we're the wrong person, and I couldn't think why.
If we time this right.
Right, we'll have a look. So once we do this mission, we'll have a look at them. I've completely didn't even think about it. Right, we're about to ambush the convoy. By the looks of things, this is going to end badly if I'm not careful.
The plough is pleased to announce the opening.
What are the optional objectives? That's the big thing, is the optional objectives which makes it harder. We've got to attack the convoy. That's all we've got to do. Press O to pick a weapon. To pick up a weapon. Right, we just got to attack the convoy. At any point? I missed. I'm now reloading. So that went really badly. But we can assassinate, and I can now attack. I think I got the dodge down quite well, to be fair. So although my first shot was shocking, he's also an amazing character. Yeah, he is a really cool character. He's got something about him that is intimidating.
What about me?
Well, we've taken the uniforms. Yeah, I've messed that first shot up massively.
And keep watch over us.
But we've worked out in the
I
end.
have need of your services. We're here to help you, along with those held inside Southgate Fort.
Free me.
Not until we're inside the gate. I can't chance an inspection of the gate going wrong. I'll see you safe. You have my word.
Do you think I can turn it? Is it too bright? I can turn it down. For me, it doesn't seem too bright. But like, there was a setting to turn it down.
How many men we might expect? The nature of their defenses.
Get to the fort without being detected. I don't think I'm not.
You must be
I'm not controlling this.
If you were given your own escort.
Obviously, Haytham's trying to have a conversation.
Enemies ahead. Shall I engage them?
No. Let Jonathan and Thomas take care of it.
As you wish.
I
Okay.
wish you'd trust us. Though I suppose it's only natural.
So we had two guys hidden in the bush in
So be
the
it.
crops there, take out the two guards. Higher level enemies, I've got different ways of finding out who you are. We're not controlling this horse and carriage. Obviously there is a conversation ongoing between them. I like the fact he orders them to do things. You think it's gone too much? This is the remastered edition, yeah.
Ho! Identify yourself.
Like I said, I can turn down the brightness if need be.
What's the meaning of this?
So I don't know what I can actually do here, considering I can't... Oh, we've got to do... Oh, press L1 to launch an attack.
Boy.
Right, there we go. Before they detect us. So the people with the assassins above their heads, they are our men. And they are basically being assassins for us. Which is quite cool. But yeah, if you guys are struggling with the brightness, let me know. I'm happy to turn it down.
You in the car. I need to inspect your car.
Let no man reach us!
Looks like you're to meet the Reaper.
Right, dealt with them. Took down the dog. There's more here.
Bringing fresh meat, eh? Come here. I want to take a look at your size.
On your guard, men.
Of course. Only say the word. And
I love the way they attack.
Who's your officer?
The way they attack is really cool.
Engage the enemy!
Looks like you're to meet the Reaper.
Doing our bidding. Yeah, he did. He just jumped from the roof
All
onto
clear.
a dog. Because the dog could discover who we were. Right, we are now entering enemy territory. Really simple to engage, get the other people to engage for you. That's quite interesting. I'm trying to think, what was the game with previously? Was it Unity? You recruit and other assassins. I think it was Unity, if I'm not getting myself wrong.
Hold!
So this is still in some ways the tutorial.
State your business.
Delivery for Silas.
Go on then.
We're allowed him.
See? I'm freeing you just as I said I would. Now, if you'll allow me to explain.
Was it Brotherhood and Revelations? Okay. I knew it was, I couldn't remember which ones
She'll
exactly.
give us away.
No, she won't.
What's the plan?
Free the captives and avoid detection.
what of Silas?
He dies.
Okay, Silas dies.
Signal when you're ready to strike.
Right, okay. Free the captives undetected, and we've got to find and kill the general, perform stealth assassinations from a corner spot ×3. The aim is to complete the optional objectives as well, otherwise we've got to redo this. So, we need to assassinate from a corner spot 3 times. And obviously, how do we not be detected? That's my question. Okay, this isn't going to be simple. I'm pretty sure of it. Let's see how... He just come out of the hay bale and took him out. That was quite cool. You think... Oh, you, as far as you remember, we'll be in tutorial mode quite a while. Yes, got to do every optional objective if we want the trophy.
Greetings. How fares the watch?
Who are you?
Thomas Smith, newly recruited. Arrived from London just last week, in fact.
And you're to patrol with us?
So said Silas. I assume it's all rather straightforward. Watch for disturbances.
Right, so obviously there's captives here that we need to free.
Merchandise.
If you don't know, you don't need to. Just
I think this is one of our guys.
stay out of our way.
I'm just trying to work out how I can get the captives free, obviously not get detected,
I assume
and
it's quiet here most days?
kill all the guards.
On occasion, we'll catch a smuggler trying to ferry contraband into the city. A small fine and stern warning usually sets him right.
A nice change of pace from the campaigning back home.
I'm
You think so many of us want
we obviously can't
good pay, safe
just free them,
land.
as obviously that's the worst thing we can be doing. This guy was not right next to us, so I had to kill
I
him.
wonder if it's not we who provoke with our sorties and expeditions.
So how do I do this? Can anyone...
The colony
I'm assuming the minute I just let them out, I'm going to get killed. There's 2 together there. There's 2 there. There's a group here. How many of these are bad and how many of them are my
I must
guys?
say, the weather in Boston is much fairer than back home.
Wait until winter.
I said what are you talking
Some for that matter.
Prisoners.
Heat and wet.
Right, okay. I'm kind of in 2 minds of which way to do this. Obviously, the minute I try and free anyone, we're going to get attacked, surely. Because no one is looking directly at you, do you think? Let's give it a go. If we get it wrong, we restart. Right, that's the one. That's one not done. There's some that way, and there's some over there, and obviously we need to kill the main guy. Are they? They are just over here. Cool. Let's have a look. So that was actually better than I thought. I was kind of thinking I've got to take everyone out, which would be near enough impossible. I don't know how I'm going to do these corner kills. Are both these guys enemy? I don't. I think they are. Well, there's a guard there, obviously. I don't know how I'm going to get him. I think he's an important one we're going to need to take out. I need to do a corner kill. Or a corner assassination. I think I need to wait for him to come more this way. He's going now. Wasn't quite what I wanted to do. Why are they all fighting? Is he one of my guys? No, he was an enemy. There was... Okay, there seemed to be a bit of fighting going on for a minute. Right, let's free these guys. I'm not sure I'm going to get the optional objective around the corner done. Unless maybe round on the ship, maybe? I don't know. No one seems to be near a corner to make that possible. Somehow we've stayed undetected. God knows how. I can put them in grass and hay bales, yeah. Do you think I should move the bodies so they don't get discovered? I think it would probably be a good idea, wouldn't it? I can also loot. Okay, pick up body. There we go. There was 2 there, but for some reason only 1 is now there. I don't know how I'm going to do the corner kills. I haven't seen anywhere that's possible to do a corner kill as of yet. Although looking at this, we're going to go onto a boat. I'm trying to stay away from groups of men in case they discover who we are.
Oi, fellas. Apologies for me tardiness. Cutter had me working late.
You know Cutter?
Well, who do you think got me this post? We're like brothers, me and him.
Okay. So the other ones are on the ship by the looks of things. Kind of want to wait for that guy to come back because he was just here a minute ago. We've got to get onto the ship. What is it, 2 or 3 guards on the ship? I think this could be a corner kill opportunity. I think. If he's gonna come back along the dock. So I think he is. I'll take the opportunity if it's there. You can whistle, yes. So good, yeah, we can whistle. Good shout. I keep forgetting that. We didn't really use it in the RPG games. That's the big thing. It counts as a corner kill. So that's number 1 done. We've got to find and kill the general as well. And I haven't seen the general. On the map, would he show the general up, I wonder? No, see, I haven't seen the general. If I free these, I don't know if we're still going to get an opportunity to kill the general. Which means we've got to redo the whole thing. I think we'll try and free the captives and see if we get an opportunity afterwards. But yeah, optional objectives are very important. Okay, we can climb up here. I'm assuming the minute I do, we can possibly get in trouble. Climb. Okay. There's a guy there. There's two here. So I need to be wary of those two. There is only one, there's two. There's more there. Right, let's see if I can do a corner kill here. Because I don't know who the general is, that's the hard thing. Why can't I just assassinate? Why can't I just assassinate? Hang on. Let's change that weapon to Hidden Blade. I'm hoping I can just assassinate now. Although I could before. Oh, that's why, he's one of my guys. I think he's one of my guys. It says attack, still. Why can't I just kill him? Oh, I can assassinate now. There we go. Free the captives. So that's all three captives, all sets of three done. I still need a corner kill and then I need to kill the general. Well, I don't know if that's mission complete. Obviously we've got an issue. Because we've then got to go back and redo this. I'm hoping it's not.
An hour of quiet was all I asked. Instead, I'm awakened not 10 minutes later by this cacophonous madness. I expect an explanation, and it had best be good. How? How did this happen? My precious merchandise set free! It's unacceptable! Rest assured, I'll have the heads of those responsible, but first we clean up this mess! Seal the fort, kill any who try to escape. I don't care if they be one of us or
But
one of
here's the general, so I'm assuming
to approach the gate is to be made a
we're
corpse.
still going to carry on with the same
Have I
objectives.
understood?
Push them back.
No. So we failed all optional objectives. When a firing line is about to fire, press X to use a nearby enemy as a human shield. So we have to go back because we failed all the objectives. So with that, hang on. I don't think there's much point in us carrying on because no matter what, we have to go back to do this. So the optional objectives of find and kill the general and perform stealth assassinations from a corner spot have to be done. So, in a way, I think we should go back. DNA tracker. Zoom in. Yeah, I think we need to redo this bit. So, I don't know how to redo it. I can resume database. Reload last checkpoint. I've got a feeling the last checkpoint will be where we are now. Restart the memory from the beginning. I don't want to restart. This is the problem with the optional objectives. If we reload from last checkpoint, I think we've just hit a checkpoint. Let's try. So the general is in amongst that camp somewhere. And we've got to do this. Yeah, no. I've got to restart the whole memory again. That's the only way of doing it. Or is it? I've just noticed something, everything's changed. I restarted the thing. No, it just hasn't caught up. I've got to restart the memory from the beginning. That's annoying. Restart it. Carry on. Okay. Right, use an X to make a shield. I need to swap my weapon back to a sword. That would help me, wouldn't it? And we need to assassinate Silas.
I'll deal with this, sir.
So we've got to not take firing line damage. So every time there's a firing line, we need to press X. But our main aim is to get to Silas. I've failed the objective. I took firing line damage anyway. I didn't do it in time. So yeah, there's a firing line ahead of us, and I didn't pick a body to shield me. Like that. Kind of just gone in the middle of them all, killing everyone. Yeah, it's not the combat's not simple. I know that much. But yeah, it's the optional objectives that are going to take time. And if we want the plan, then we've got to do them all. Cool. Right. He is up there. I want to reload. I don't want to be reloading. Come on, reload, 'cause I want my gun. Right, can we reload now? I actually want my gun to be operational. Right, I think he's up here. It's cool to look at in terms of combat. To do is, it's not as simple. It's definitely not as simple
The order stands united.
as come on, get up. It's not as simple as RPG.
I'll fillet you like a cod. He's the one responsible.
I didn't dodge it. I was going to shoot Silas. Come on, out of the way. Missed him.
The order stands united.
We killed him.
Who are you?
They really... You think they downgraded it in Assassin's Creed
I
Syndicate?
believe the two of you
Possibly.
are well acquainted.
It's
I made a promise.
it's just knowing what you should be pressing and when. It's timing is everything. So we found both optional objectives and both parts of that memory. So we've got a choice, and it's down to you guys. We can either go back and redo it now, once we get to the checkpoint, or we can carry on and go back and do them all at the end. That's our decision to make.
We wait.
You've had one of the best and hardest.
Not for very long.
I'm trying to think about it. I'm trying to remember now. Combat was... I didn't find combat hard. Here we go. You can use the DNA tracker menu with mystery guest trophy achieved. We failed everything on that mission. View progress. So what did we fail? Complete all objectives before doing it, yeah. So now it says we can go back and redo it. Memory sync sequence 2 complete. You do them all end game. Combat is good. Like I say, it's difficult because it's just not. It's not how we're used to playing.
It's been several weeks now since we freed the Mohawk prisoners from captivity.
Do you think we should carry on and not worry so much about failing the objectives and at the end go back? I think that's probably a good idea.
Restless. They want to know what comes next.
Because obviously we should hopefully at that point be better.
Lee alone remains active, pursuing leads, however slight. He stalks the city streets and scouts the bordering woods, hopeful that he might make contact with one of those we saved. There was a woman there that night.
Unity did have some of the best stealth going, yeah.
Safety?
The parkour was good as well, I don't know that.
I believe I'll have my answers. So, I watch and wait, hopeful that my true mission might finally begin.
Right, so we massively messed that mission up, but we still finished it. Silas is dead. We're now in Boston in 1755. Can't remember how much time has passed. In the inn still, by the looks of it. Obviously winter, snow is on the floor. Kill streaks allow to get instant kills and to fight every soldier individually. I missed the rest of what that was telling us. So, I completely didn't even think about the whatchamacallit, a database. We'll have a quick look at the database now. But in this sequence, Haytham has begun his search for the first civilization storehouse. The Canyon Keka appeared to know its location. I probably pronounced it completely wrong. But if you cooperate, he focuses his efforts on earning their trust. We need to earn the local American Indians, I would have assumed. We've got to gain their trust. I know. I wasn't a fan of the online aspect at all. Everyone keeps saying about Valhalla needing online, and I just think no. From how Unity was, no. But yeah, it wasn't brilliant on release. I think it's definitely a lot better now. So these are all the items, ships. So this was the Providence. This was the ship we was on to start with. It was one of the many sailing ships in the British Merchant Navy, which basically means it was a trade ship rather than one meant for war. You know, it's carrying cannon. Those are mainly for protecting its pirate or privateer vessels, for turning the ship into a privateer vessel should the need arise. Yeah, it's a lot better now. The ship was built in 1748 and made several trips a year between Britain and the North American colonies, with occasional visits to the West Indies. The manifest doesn't indicate anything particularly interesting. Most of it carried staples like tea, molasses and cloth. It was captained by its part owner, one Samuel Smythe, who got something of a reputation among sailors for both cruelty to his crew and penny pinching on rations. Incidentally, there's not exactly a way to keep good sailors on board. The crew is probably both inexperienced and disgruntled. Ideally, you want an experienced crew who hugely gruntled. Although you likely don't know much about running an 18th century sailing vessel, odds are you won't notice the difference. I like that. You like the multiplayer, you can roam around the sea with friends and do missions. Yeah, see, I wasn't a fan of it. We're going to try and look at all the entries as we acquire them. We won't, then that way we won't have to keep coming back. So the frontier, what do we know about this? So this is the French and Indian War dated 1754 to 63. This is one of many wars in the long-standing British versus French rivalry. Well, you might call it a rivalry. I call it a battle of wits with an unarmed country. This particular war being over, who would come out as the biggest colonial power. Of course, it wasn't enough that the British and French fight one another. they convinced a number of the North American indigenous nations to join the conflict as well, hence the name French and Indian War. Yeah, I know you've got to do all the online missions for a trophy as well in Unity. Which, yeah, if that's what we're going to do and go back and play all the older games, they're going to take a while. The war started in the colonies, but it spread to Europe where it was known as the 7 Years' War. Before you pointed out, yes, I know the dates add up to more than 7 years. I love the humour in this. The conflict started in 1754, but war wasn't officially declared until 1756. But well done for spotting it, you mathlete. I bet you were popular at school. George Washington has the honour of starting the actual fighting, under orders of course. He was sent to create a fort in disputed territory. While he was doing that, he crossed paths with a French patrol. Washington attacked, the French retaliated. The British followed up by sending 2 full regiments of regulars to the fight, and so it began. The British fought a losing battle until about 1758 when they got a new Prime Minister, who decided funding the war effort was a priority. Possibly because of the whole French thing. Maybe he ate a bad baguette once. With the added support, the British, along with their indigenous allies and the colonial militia, began to gain ground slowly but surely. Eventually, the French were driven out of almost all the territory north of the Caribbean. Something we in Britain celebrate with a special holiday called Every Day All Year. So the British won, but they were left with huge war debts. They tried to pay these off with taxes levied from the colonists they defended from the French, who would have had them all eating onions and saying, "Oui, sir," no, sir, before you knew it. The colonists objected, leading to a series of protests, which were part of the unrest that led to the American Revolution. Talk about gratitude. Just the laws. Sean Hastings writes them. Yeah, I love his sarcastic way of writing them. I think that's brilliant. The mathlete. So this was the Beggar's Opera. This is where we started. It was our first assassination. The Beggar's Opera opened in London in 1728. It's a musical, one of the earliest ever created. It was written by John Gay, a writer and friend of both Alexander Pope and Jonathan Swift, 2 of the prominent literary figures of the day. The opera was both popular and controversial. Popular partly because it was excellent skewering of Italian opera, which was very popular at the time. However, instead of complicated Italian songs, the Beggar's Opera features folk tunes that the audience could recognise, meaning you could hum along even if you didn't know Italian. It was controversial because of the subject matter. It's set in the Newgate prison, and the main characters are all criminals, who act much like the upper classes. It was a send-up of the British nobility, including vile criticism of the head of government, neither of whom traditionally had a sense of humour. I've never met a queen who liked a knock-knock joke. Actually, I've never met a queen. The Beggar's Opera is accused of being a base form of entertainment, and because its main characters are criminals, accused of causing an increase in crime, it's nice to see that criticism isn't just for movies and video games. Bloody opera, corrupting our kids. Oh, the way these are written are fantastic. But yeah, we're going to aim to do these as we go rather than going through them all now. We'll go through the ones we've picked up now, there's lots of them. Oh, there is a lot. Charles Lee was a British soldier who went on to be a major figure in the Revolutionary War. Lee's father was a colonel in the British Army and started his son off in a military career early. He was sent to the military academy in Switzerland during his formative years, and then in 1746 Lee became an ensign in his father's regiment. Lee was sent to the colonies in 1755 to fight in the French and Indian War. So he was sent there to the colonies in 1755. He was born in 1731, so that would make him 24 when he was sent to the colonies. He served under Edward Braddock and then later at Fort Ticonderoga, where he was injured in the fighting. Lee recovered and later fought at Fort Nigawara. My pronunciation is probably massively off. I've always thought there was a lot of fights fought. Okay, it's a tongue twister. He finished his time in the colonies with the British conquest of Montreal. Lee returned to England in 1760, probably because he was seeking career advancement. He was named a major in 1761 and was sent to fight the Spanish in Portugal. Though his service record there was good, Lee didn't receive praise in his return home. In fact, he was retired from the army at half pay. And after that, Lee became a vocal critic of military higher-ups and the British Prime Minister, and found that his military career had, inexplicably, completely stalled. Benjamin Church. Benjamin Church was a talented physician and essentially the first Surgeon General of the US Army. Church was born in Rhode Island and graduated from Harvard University in 1754. So you're meeting him here just out of college. He'll be appointed head of the medical wing of the Continental Army in 1775. But for God's sake, don't tell him. He'll go straight to his head. Church goes on to become a vocal patriot, which makes him sound like a member of the weird barbershop quartet. And he was a member of the Sons of Liberty and his local committee of correspondence. He'll even speak at the 3rd anniversary of the Boston Massacre. He also got a house in a very nice part of town. Being a doctor must pay well. Benjamin Franklin was a renowned inventor, diplomat, and one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. Translation, he was a rock star of the age. Benjamin Franklin was born in Boston in 1706, the 10th son of a soap maker. 10 sons. I guess his parents couldn't afford a television, and also there was no television. That's brilliant. He began working for his brother in 1718 as an apprentice printer. However, their relationship was rocky, particularly after the elder Franklin found out that young Benjamin had been writing for the paper under Poseidon, Silence Dogood, and writing an extremely popular column at that. Human nature being what it is, the fact that the column was popular was probably the bigger problem. Benjamin ran away in 1723 and headed for Philadelphia, where he continued his career in printing and writing, eventually buying the Pennsylvania Gazette. The business, I mean, not just a copy, that would have been one of his lesser achievements. He stayed in Philadelphia for most of his life, that is, when he wasn't making extended trips to Europe. Franklin had talent for persuasion, and that made him an ideal diplomat. In 1757 he went to London to represent Pennsylvania in an ongoing legal battle with the Penn family. It was the first of several extended political trips to Britain, and he would act as the state representative for Massachusetts, Georgia, and New Jersey as well. In fact, Franklin was in Europe for most of the Revolution. But he was in the colonies to help with the writing of the Declaration of Independence. Franklin was a vocal opponent of British impositions on the colonies, like the Stamp Act, and although he first fought for the rights of colonists as British citizens, he eventually became convinced, like many of the Founding Fathers, that independence was the only real solution. Unfortunately, Franklin's change of heart made him clash with his son, William, who served as a royal governor of New Jersey. William remained an active loyalist. The father and son never spoke again. When he wasn't founding a new nation, and destroying his family in the process, Franklin was a scientist, inventing things like bifocals and more efficient wood stoves when he wasn't mapping the Gulf Stream, and discovering how electricity worked. What have you done today? Made yourself a microwave meal and sat about in your underwear. Oh, well done you. He was also quite the lady killer. Jesus, this guy. Carrying on several friendships with women while he was in Europe. The records don't say what exactly they saw in him, certainly not his looks. Maybe women like a man who's intelligent. If that was true, I wouldn't be here. I'd be in Portugal surrounded by them, and you'd be looking at a blank screen. Oh, these are fantastic. Okay, we've actually got quite a few to read through. William Johnson. William Johnson was a land speculator and Britain's principal treaty negotiator with the indigenous peoples and northern part of the colonies, particularly the Iroquois. Johnson was born in Ireland but moved to the colonies in 1738 to look after his uncle's property of the Mohawk River. Hang on. 1738, 1740. 15. He wasn't that old when he moved to look after his uncle's property. However, it wasn't long before Johnson branched out into business for himself, acquiring property on the opposite side of the river and setting up a sawmill and trading post, which he named Mount Johnson, which to me also sounds like mating instructions from a caveman. In 1743, he moved to an even larger parcel of land, which he named Fort Johnson. He may have been an excellent businessman, but it's possible he lacked an imagination. Johnson befriended the indigenous peoples in the area, particularly the Kanyankaka, whose language he learned. His respect for the customs helped him rise to prominence as the liaison between the Iroquois peoples and the British government. Johnson was named Superintendent of Indian Affairs in 1756. As a contact who knows the land and its people, he's probably the best you'll find. In 1754, John Pitcairn was a young captain in the British Marine Corps. He fought in the French and Indian War, but I can't find much about his postings. He's listed as being on the HMS Lancaster during the capture of Louisbourg, that's in Canada. No record of him being on the American side of the colonies, but it seems he did some covert work as well, and that would explain the lack of details. Pitcairn was promoted to Major in 1771, and he gained a reputation for being well liked by his subordinates. and praised by his enemies. That's a difficult trick to pull off. Maybe he had a lovely smile. Thomas Hickey was an Irish-born member of the British Army. He arrived in Boston in 1752, but it wasn't long before he was assigned to William Johnson's personal guard. Apparently at Johnson's request, possibly because their families were connected in Ireland, or maybe he found the name Hickey funny. The record isn't clear. Hickey served under Johnson during the French and Indian War, but then he left the army after being written up several times for disorderly conduct. In 1760, Hickey disappears from the historical record for several years. Do, however, have several mentions in William Johnson's household accounts of payments made to T.H. It's possible Hickey was working for him as a spy. If so, he should really have developed some tougher codes to crack. Oh, you were definitely right, Lisa, about reading through these. Some of these are flipping hilarious. Edward Bulldog Braddock was the Major General placed in charge of British troops at the beginning of the French and Indian War, probably because he had a nickname like Bulldog. Braddock was serving as the acting governor of Gibraltar when he received the command in North America. He was given control of the 2 regiments of regulars and assigned to win back Fort I can't pronounce that to save my life. Duquesne from the French, known as the Braddock Expedition, as part of a larger attack on the French colonies on the continent. Interesting about Ben Franklin. Revolution wasn't universally supported, and being ostracised for the issue could not have been easy for families. No, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Back then, families tended to have the same opinion. The children kind of followed the lead of the parents, but yet his son disagreed with his views, which was always an interesting take. Braddock had been well liked as a governor in Gibraltar, but things changed once he reached North America. He had been known for keeping strict order among his troops, but it seems he went beyond that into brutality. He gained a reputation for being a quick-tempered and cruel. He also displayed a contempt for non-British soldiers that alienated the colonial militia he was trying to recruit. So a cruel, racist bulldog then. They're my least favourite type of bulldog. Braddock took a bullet to the chest during the battle in 1755, rumour has it from one of his own soldiers, which is a job hazard when you're nasty to people around you and they all have guns. Sounds like the bulldog may have been put down. Oh, that's brilliant. But yeah, no, what you were saying about Benjamin Franklin, so he seemed like he was ahead of his time, but obviously his views and what he was good at was an issue with his son. But it's because he changed his mind by the sounds of it. So whereas his son probably supported him to start with, once he changed his mind about how he viewed what was going on, that was when it kind of took a different turn. Reginald Birch was a London merchant, the son of another London merchant, who, conveniently enough, also had the same last name Birch. Seems it was one of those hard to put your finger on things that ran in the family. Birch started his business for himself at an early age. By the time he was in his mid-20s, he already owned several merchant ships, mainly dealing with the tea trade in American colonies. That's pretty good going, seeing as by the time most people are in their mid-20s, they don't even own a shirt. They have him as a part owner of the Providence, among others. Later in life, Birch also owned several businesses in and around London. He was a member of White's, which was a posh gentleman's club in London, and generally a well-known and respected man about town. From what I can tell, Birch met Haytham Kenway while working for his father Edward. They were introduced at White's while Haytham was still quite young. Birch would eventually take over Haytham's education, tutoring him on a tour of Europe in the 1730s. From what we've seen in the Animus, it seems their friendship continued into adulthood, with them working together as members of the Assassins. So Reginald Birch has a massive part to play in Kenway's life. If Sean Hastings writes this, he does write them. Sean Hastings, date of birth, yeah, nice try. He is definitely writing these, isn't he? Sean Hastings is one of the few members of the Assassins who wasn't raised to join the Order. He was recruited as a teenager after his investigations into Asturgo Industries made him a target for the Templars. Hastings has a gift for organisation, and as such the Assassins would be lost without him. With his talent for making connections between historical events, he's widely regarded as the most intelligent person in the Order. And by widely regarded as the most intelligent person in the Order, I mean he is the most intelligent person in the Order. You may think he's an arrogant bastard, but that's only because he's smarter than you, and like a less than able teenage girl, you find yourself not yet secure enough to move past your inherent and powerful feelings of joyless jealousy, and simply appreciate me for who I am. Oh, good. You're actually reading these. I was beginning to wonder if I was wasting my time, because you know how much I love wasting my time. Now, make me some tea, would you? Yeah, Sean Hastings has a massive sense of humour. That's hilarious. Altair. Now, so Altair is the... You play him in the first ever Assassin's Creed, and I loved Altair. Altair was born into the Assassin's Brotherhood, in the stronghold of Masyaf. His early life wasn't a happy one. His mother died during childbirth. Then when he was a young boy, his father was killed during the first siege of Masyaf. Only shortly thereafter, the assassin he died to save committed suicide in front of the 11-year-old Altair. With his parents gone, Altair looked at Al-Mualim, the then mentor of the Order, as a father figure. Al-Mualim recognised Altair's potential and took on his training personally. Altair reached the rank of Master Assassin by the age of 25. An unheard of accomplishment. There was an Assassin Book of Records. There'd probably be a picture of this fellow on the front. Altair was one of the best fighters in Assassin history, and arrogance to match. After the disastrous mission in 1191, which he broke the creed and very nearly let the Apple of Eden fall in the Templar hands, Altair was sent back down to novice rank, forced to begin again. As part of his rehabilitation, he was responsible for taking out the major players in the Templar Order at the time, including the Grand Master Robert de Sable. Tragically, in the end, he was also forced to kill Al-Mualim, who turned out to be both a Templar and corrupted by the influence of the Apple. After his mentor's death, Altair took control of the Order, turning into the secret and world-spanning organisation it is today. One of the things that made Altair such a deadly assassin was something we now call eagle vision, a kind of sixth sense inherited from the first civilization. So I just got a text. I wanted to know what that was. It's not urgent. Allowed him to read his enemies and surroundings in a way that goes beyond what the human eye can see. And of course, you know more about that than me. I can't believe I just typed that, because it's in your blood. And that's part of why you're here. Well, let's be honest. You knew you weren't here because of my enduring affection or warm and passionate cuddles. His game definitely deserves a remaster, doesn't it? Altair was amazing. Ezio Auditore di Firenze was a master assassin during the Italian Renaissance, as well as being an inheritor to the mysterious ability of eagle vision and one of your ancestors. Ezio was something of a playboy in his teenage years, but his life changed in 1476 when his father and brothers were arrested and executed for treason. Ezio tried to save them, but the evidence clearing the names mysteriously disappeared in the hands of a family friend. Instead, they were hanged as Ezio looked on. Ezio fled with his mother and sister to Mantovani, where he sought refuge with his uncle, Mario Auditore. Do you know the one thing that I remember that really stands out about the Ezio game, the first one, is when you go and meet Mario. And he does turn around and do the old, "It's a Mario." I know, really bad Italian accent. While Ezio had originally intended to continue on the set in Spain, Mario had other ideas. He was the leader of the Italian Assassin Brotherhood and spent the next several years training Ezio and convinced him to help fight the Templars responsible for the deaths of his father and brothers. Ezio spent the next decade assassinating his way through the Templar ranks, eventually cornering the Templar Grand Master, Rodrigo Borgia, in Venice in 1487. Borgia got away, but Ezio was able to recover an Apple of Eden and was formally inducted into the Assassin Order. Several attacks over the next few years, Ezio travelled into Rome in 1499 to confront Rodrigo, who would then have become Pope Alexander VI, his sixth, I think. After defeating Rodrigo but sparing his life, Ezio opened a hidden vault under the Sistine Chapel. There he discovered a message left by the first civilization warning of a catastrophe that would threaten to wipe out humanity. Yes, that would be the one we're facing right now. Over the next 20 years or so, or 20 or so years, Ezio worked on strengthening the Italian Assassin Brotherhood, fighting the Templars, which is sort of what we do. One of his greatest accomplishments would be discovering a hidden library belonging to Altair, hidden under the former assassin stronghold of Masyaf, and containing another message from the first civilization. He retired from the Brotherhood shortly thereafter, which is what we call ending on a high note. He was terrific at jumping too. Ezio died in Florence in 1524. You would like a remake of Assassin's Creed 1, clean up the sets and assist. They can get a bit samey, yeah. Expanding on the story would be good. Ezio is the legend. Yeah, I think the first Assassin's Creed deserves a remaster. Oh, okay, these are a little bit different than the others. Lewis Mills is a deckhand originally from what the British somewhat optimistically called sunny Brighton. He got his love of the sea from his father, who was also a sailor. He first took Louis to sea with him at the age of 10, sailing from London to Boston on a vessel named the Windward. As he grew older, Mills kept working as a merchant marine, travelling the world and gaining a reputation as a reliable and level-headed sailor. He joined the crew of the Providence in 1752, staying with the captain and crew for a variety of hardships, though by 1755 he was thinking of moving on. Silas. This is the guy we've just killed in the mission. Silas Thatcher was the nephew of a well-to-do London merchant who purchased a commission for him in the British regulars when he was quite young. So that was the thing back then. Back when this is around in the 1700s, if your family was rich enough, you can buy yourself a commission into the army, which means you're already a general in the army. Instead of working your way up the ranks, you could buy it. He was sent to the colonies in 1750, poor man, where he was posted at the defences along Boston Neck. You won't be surprised to learn that Thatcher had a mean streak. Few men wanted to serve under him, which might be what led to him being posted in Boston in the first place. Living in the colonies was regarded as something akin to exile at the time. Actually, come to think of it, not much has changed. Many who advanced under Thatcher's command were noted for the cruelty, like his personal assistant Cutter, which even you might have guessed is a nickname, meaning one who likes to cut things, preferably people. Not what I look for in a PA, but there you go. At the time, paying the army was notoriously bad. Soldiers would often pick up odd jobs in their spare hours to make ends meet. This made them rather unpopular in Boston, where unemployment was rather high. However, Thatcher found something he enjoyed much more, demanding protection money from merchants of Boston. Not only that, but he dabbled in theft, fencing stolen goods, and the slave trade. A real Renaissance man, capturing the local indigenous people and selling them off to the highest bidder, which is what he was doing when Haytham found him. Yeah, we'll definitely try and keep up with these as we go. We've got groups now, British regulars. So British regulars were the foot soldiers of the British Army. You'll also hear them referred to defensively as redcoats because the redcoats they wear as part of their uniforms. I bet you didn't see that coming. Or lobsterbacks because of the huge deadly pincers, or still because of the red coat thing. I can't remember which. Regulars in the colonies were notoriously underpaid, and many looked for work outside the army duties to make ends meet. Of course, their room and board were paid by the government, meaning they could charge lower than average rents for their work. Since unemployment was high in Boston before the Revolution, you can imagine this made the redcoats rather unpopular among people they were taking work from. That and the huge deadly pincers. But yeah, we'll try and keep up with these as we go. Because otherwise there is quite a lot to read through. Okay, there's lots to read through. Right, do I carry on reading or do we do some more? I'll give you guys a couple of seconds to let me know what you want to do. I'm quite happy to carry on reading, or we can carry on a little bit more. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 more there to do. I don't know, to be honest. They are really funny. And I think it is because we haven't done others. We haven't done any before this. Yeah, maybe, yeah, read a few every time. So, I think that's probably a good idea. That was about the Atlantic Ocean. So we've done recent entries we haven't done. There's a few recent entries. Actually, let's do the recent entries. So this was New South Meeting House, another wooden church, this time a bell in a steeple. Samuel Adams' father, also named Samuel Adams, one of the founding members. Surprised it wasn't torn down with firewood during the siege, but I guess its members just hadn't angered the British enough for that. It's conveniently named so you can't mistake for the Old South Meeting House, where all the important events happened. Simple is best. I'm describing the naming system, I'm not describing you. Fort Hill was the second highest hill in Boston, but only had tried harder when it was a little hillock, and overlooks Boston Harbour. Defences were built here in the mid-17th century, along with the smaller one-gun fortification in the harbour named the South Battery. The South Battery was expanded in the 1740s, but had fallen out of use by the 1760s. Within the Fort Hill were rebuilt by the Patriots during the Revolutionary War, both were dismantled before the turn of the century. Fort Hill, the hill itself, not a fortification, was levelled in the late 1860s to make room for more land, so it never realised its dream of becoming the highest hill in town. That sounds familiar? It's because it happened to every hill in Boston. Hills are the natural enemies of Bostoners, and always will be. I'm loving these so much. Right, we'll just quickly read through the ones that are the latest ones, and then there's a few others that we've missed, but we'll go back another time. Copp's Hill is one of the tallest hills in Boston, the highest point in Boston's north end. The hill was fortified during the siege of Boston, partly to discourage rebels from building their own fortifications across the river on the Charlestown Peninsula. The artillery in Copp's Hill fired on the Continental Army during the Battle of Bunker Hill. Well, sort of. It was actually a bit more distraction than destruction, at least at the Breed's Hill fortifications. The artillery fire in the town of Charleston was more effective. The resulting fires forced out Continental Army snipers and levelled the town. Two more. Christ Church. This is known as Old North Church because it's the oldest church in the north end of Boston. But up to 1776 it would have been known by its official name, Christ Church, named after Jesus Christ, a former celebrity carpenter. This is where, on the night of Paul Revere's ride, 2 signal lanterns appeared to warn rebels on the opposite shore that the British regulars were on the way to seize weapons. The signal was Paul Revere's idea, but contrary to popular belief, the lamps weren't a signal sent to Revere. They are meant to warn lookouts on the opposite shore in case Revere was captured. This church was a natural choice for a signal flame. It was the highest steeple in Boston, and easy seen from the other side of the river. Even better, the church was Anglican. The congregation was full of wealthy loyalists who suspect the church sexton, Robert Newman, a friend of Revere's, was sneaking into church at night and sends out secret messages. Well, the British would actually. They captured Newman a few days later and questioned him. He put on a terrific show and managed to convince them he was innocent, and then fled town, which didn't really back up the whole innocent thing very well at all. Boston Neck. In the 18th century, the only land route into Boston was across a narrow strip of land called Boston Neck. One often talks about the heart of Africa, of course, or the bosom of Europe. How wonderful that Boston gets a neck. Fortifications were built across the neck to protect the city from a land attack, I suppose a bit like a heavy necklace, or a handsome neck brace. When the siege of Boston began in 1775, Governor Gage ordered that the fortifications be expanded and strengthened. They became known as Gage's Lines. Starting in the 19th century, land was added to Boston Neck, widening it to make room for the city to grow, and presumably to ease traffic on and off the island, since Boston is no longer in danger of attack from the countryside. Right, we've caught up a decent amount, I think. We can actually pet the animal. Just one of those little things you can do. Right, let us go back in. Let's carry on. And I promise, no mini games at this point. So Silas is dead. We killed him.
Hello, Charles. Any luck finding our mystery woman?
Word is she's been stirring up trouble just outside the city in a town called Lexington.
Well, then that's where we'll begin our search. I'll meet you there.
But yeah, we will have to go back to finish that mission again because of the optional objectives if we want the platinum. Yeah, I was going to say to you about Death Stranding. I know you were saying you wanted to do it. Quick thing. There is a director's cut coming out in the near future that includes other extra stuff, more missions. So if you haven't bought it yet, my suggestion would be to wait. Just because there is a new one coming out. Right, we need to go all the way down to here. We can fast travel. Oh, okay, we've got a decision to make. Do we fast travel to here? Because we can. Or do we actually walk through the town of Boston? I would say it's probably better to fast travel, is it not? I think it's probably better to fast travel, surely. The hats during this time period were so extra. They were indeed. Right, I think we should fast travel. Because it's miles away. Before I start playing Assassin's Creed games, we'll just have to get done Witcher. 9 trophies away. And Death Stranding, which is 120 hours away. Yeah, you've got a lot of time. The soldier walking by, what, with his hat? Oh, look at that. Yeah, that is definitely... wasn't needed, was it, to be fair? The attention to detail on the clothes is incredible. You've already ordered it. Okay, cool. Right, we'll fast travel here, just because it's miles away to where we need to go. Right, so we are going the wrong way. I should have been riding my horse ideally, shouldn't I suppose. This horse is actually over here. So I can nick a horse. Oh no. Okay. I won't nick a horse because it's saying here. There we go. Do we want to travel to the frontier? Yes. So, yeah, controls I'm still not massively au fait with. I find big fights, groups of enemies, it's obviously harder. So this is a new area. There's our horse. That means I'm meant to have a horse here, I would assume then. And we're travelling this way. Right. Yeah, we've got to travel out here. So this is a whole new area we haven't been to at all. And also I think we actually, if we have a look at the Animus, it actually tells us about it. This is what we've got to try and do as and when we find new places. Recent entries. Oh no, it's not on here. I thought it would be. I thought it would be on there, but it's not. Yeah, it's a lot. To be fair, Death Standing. We don't. No, I've gone the wrong way. I didn't want to travel to Boston. Right. Okay. Direction isn't the simplest thing to. Right. I've got little things coming up from the bottom right corner telling me different things. Kill streaks allow. Okay. While we're riding, let me just check something. Cool. It is loaded. That was why we wanted to check. Press X while galloping to spur your horse so we can sprint on the horse. I've got another fast travel point coming up here. Right, where are we actually going? Okay, I think either way leads to the same place. Alright, I was trying to make a gallop. I can rear that. I wasn't galloping. Proper out in the wilderness now though, aren't we? How many men would have ventured out into the wilderness on their own? You know, with the indigenous people, knowing they're being sold as slaves by the local soldiers, by the English soldiers. You know, would you have ventured out on your own? British flag flying there. We're entering the hunting region of Lexington. Scotch Plains. I think it probably is your kind of game, to be fair. As I say, I know the director's cut gives extra missions. That's a fox. I'm assuming I don't need to kill it. That's a deer. Does look like you can kill them. So we might need something, materials from them later on maybe. Right, there's an enemy up to the right. See an enemy coming up on the thing. Where am I going? Right, well, there's a oh, that was a tavern. So the one with the British flag was a tavern, and I'm still trying to find my way. Obviously, none of this is opened up because we haven't been anywhere. So I'm still trying to get to where we got to go. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima's getting it's getting one. A lot of people are complaining about it. To be fair, because of the cost. But yeah, it is getting a director's cut. Right, this looks like to be a town of some sort. There is a red marker coming up. I've got to be a little bit wary. I've no idea. They soldiers. Yeah, they're soldiers. It's like discovering everything all over again. It's brilliant. I'm kind of hoping I'm still trying to kind of head in the right direction by following the roads as much as we can. Yeah, I know. That's what people complain about, the cost. People are saying it isn't worth buying the director's cut. I've kind of got to the point, I don't think there's a road. Right, we've taken a wrong turn. This is a dead end, by the looks of it. I was trying to follow the roads to get to where we need to get to. So the Reds, although our enemies, don't necessarily mean they'll attack you. Right, here we go. We're here. Finally. We'll dismount. We are finally here. It took a little bit of riding, but we're here. Unconvinced is the mission.
Have you found her?
She's made camp not too far from here.
Excellent. Well, the sooner we're done, the sooner we can get out of this cold.
Yeah. We've got another.
We'll move faster on horseback. I am afraid I have some bad news, sir.
Oh?
Braddock is insisting I return to service under him. I've tried to beg off, to no avail.
Oh, so Charles Lee is going to leave.
Angry about losing
Where's he
Pitcairn.
going?
To say nothing of the shaming we gave him. Do as he asks. In the meantime, I'll work on having you released.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
Not your fault.
So Braddock is insisting Charles Lee goes back. I thought he was going to follow the road, but Charles Lee's decided to go cross country.
We're too late.
Fire's only just been snuffed. Snow recently disturbed. She's close.
Was that our horses or someone else's horse?
Bollocks.
These tracks are fresh. They must be hers.
Right, we've got to find the mysterious woman.
Seems she took to higher ground. Out of the snow and into the trees.
Okay. So somewhere around here, we've got to find her. See, the snow is so much thicker. Although she took the higher ground, I'm thinking she went up here, surely. One of the things you miss in the later games this season is the time in these games is so defined. There is a massive difference between winter and summer, yeah, you're right. Valhalla, Norway, and the North Thing is permanently winter. Yes, it doesn't change that often, does it? Whereas it probably should. Snow's cool. The snow is cool. Yeah, and when the island DLC, it tends to rain a lot, which I know it does, but there's no. The only time seasons really matter, I've noticed in Valhalla and things, is you're in Ravensthorpe. You see more of a seasonal change in Ravensthorpe in regard because of the festivals and things. Good afternoon, Stealth Games. How are you? Assassin's Creed 3 was one of your favourites. Nice. Yeah, I thought I'd played every Assassin's Creed game. I was saying this when we started this, but I don't feel I have. I don't know. I just don't remember any of this. But it was a long time ago. So I did play them. We are now considering going back and playing every single Assassin's Creed and platinum every single one at the same time. That may be the plan going forward. We're still undecided how we're going to do it. And the order to play them in as well. But we got this for free as part of the Odyssey Season Pass. As well as Liberation and the DLC for this as well. So far though, it's pretty good. I'm really enjoying it. Wolves. Oh, he shot one.
Oh, damn it.
And she's going to run.
Come back! You return to Braddock, Charles, before he grows suspicious. I can handle things from here.
But sir!
But nothing! Go!
Right, we're telling him,
Stop
Charles
running.
Lee, to go.
I only wish to talk!
And we're trying to catch the lady.
I am not your enemy!
I didn't mean to go
Please
jump
just
this way.
hear me out!
Right.
Godswoman!
Reduce
Only let
distance.
me speak!
I'm trying to reduce distance, but she's quick.
Enough with these games!
Come on. Where is she? I think I'll call back up. He is really in the deep snow, isn't he? You can see the realism in that. I'm assuming I've got to kill these. I missed the button. Right, I've already failed the optional objective. That didn't take long for me to fail it, did it? I missed the shot with the gun. Right, where are they? I've failed the optional objective already. I can't kill these things. Right. I think we're still going to find her. Right, so she's round here somewhere. I'm assuming in one of the trees. Let's sheath my weapon. I'll reload my gun for a second. I can't believe I found the optional objective that quickly. That's ridiculous. I just missed the buttons for the wolf jumping me. I can't do anything in the body. We're still looking for the woman. Where is she? Smaller circle to look in as well. I thought we'd find her a little bit easier. The sound of the snow crunching as well. I can hear a wolf. There he is. Oh, I've missed it again. There we go. Reflex shot. That works a lot better. You gotta press circle when I go to jump you. And I've missed it twice. The way he nearly falls over in the snow, I think, is really good. Alright. I can jump. That's why I see him jump in the snow. Where is it? Reflex shot? Oh, I missed it again. Every time I've missed that. I missed it again. I'm dead. I don't know how I keep missing the circle button. You think we're close to playing this corner? I don't understand how I've not hitting the circle button when I meant to. Well, I've messed up the optional objective again. I thought I could do it that time. I killed one. He is not doing well in the wilds, no. Right, I don't know how I should... Do you know what? I'm going to restart from the checkpoint. Only because... I'm not... how can I do that so much? Right, let's try it. We've got to restart from the checkpoint. We're going to try to actually obtain this. Right, we can reflex shot one. One is down. I'm now reloading. So I've got to be a little bit aware of where the wolves are. Right, reflex shot. Second one's down. This is how we do it. This is how you do it. Reflex shot is my new best friend. Right, we're missing a wolf. Where are you? I see it. It's attacking something else. There's my wolf. It's disappeared. It was there! It's gone. That's no good to me. The wolf killed the rabbit. Unfortunately I can't take it. Right, it's down there. Right, hopefully we can do the optional objective at the same time. Wolf is down. Right, there's 3 wolves done. If we're right next to the optional objective, like right back at the start of it, it makes sense to
You try my
restart.
patience, woman!
Pursue her again. She's above us. She's going this way. And climb up, we're going to follow her properly. Let's be a proper... Ah, falling down the tree. That didn't help. Oh, she's down. But yeah, when you've got that kind of... you're right at the start of the objective, it makes sense to redo it.
In the head?
Me, Haytham.
Yeah, the actual story of it's pretty cool.
I come in peace.
Yeah, Haytham is struggling in the wild.
Why are you
By
speaking
me.
so slow?
Sorry.
He doesn't know how to
What do you
speak to
want?
people, does he?
Well, your
Or
name.
indigenous
Go on.
people, anyway.
I'm Gadzit Zio.
Pleased to meet you. God's day.
Just call me Zio.
He does not know how to
Zio.
speak to the indigenous people.
Dio.
Zio.
Now tell me why it is you're here. Where did you get this?
From an old friend.
I've only seen such markings in one other place.
I think I've achieved the optional objective at least as well, though.
Well, it is forbidden for me to speak of it.
I saved your people. Does this
Definitely
mean
got to
nothing
get
to you?
used to the combat quickly.
Look, I am not the enemy.
Close to here, there is a hill. Meet me there, and we'll see if you speak the truth.
Hi from Godzilla. I know, he just couldn't get the name at all. I say, well, okay. Right, so we've got to speak to Zio. She's now in the Animus database. So if I press it when it comes up, it actually does it there and then. So Zio, will be the easy way of saying it, was a member of the Kanakaka nation, living on the frontier lands near Boston at the time of the French and Indian War. Assassin records indicate she was the daughter of Lakana, or clan mother, and from an early age was being groomed for leadership herself. While many in her community chose to ignore the incursions by colonists into the area and growing tensions between the French and British, Geo was convinced that they presented a very real danger. She began to argue with anyone who would listen that the village should take action, rather than staying silent. This was contrary to the will of the clan chiefs at the time. She refused to follow the orders to remain neutral, deciding to fight back in her own way and recruiting help where she could get it, including from Haytham Kenway. So she saw the danger of the French and the British coming to her lands, whereas her clan chiefs wanted to just let it be. She could see the danger. So if I press the button, the options button quick enough, when it comes up it takes us straight to it, which makes sense. We've got lots of new emails to read. Okay, we need to go and speak to her. Come on, climb up. I don't know why we just didn't speak to her there and then. I don't know. But yeah.
That town hosts soldiers who seek to drive my people from these lands. They're led by a man known as the Bulldog.
Oh, okay, we read about the Bulldog,
Braddock.
didn't we?
You know him?
Braddock.
He is no friend of mine.
Every day, more of my people are lost to men like
I
him.
guarantee we're going to have to infiltrate the
I
town.
suggest we put a stop to it. Together.
What do you propose?
That we kill Edward Braddock. But first, we have to find him.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're going to infiltrate the town together by the looks of things. We've still got to limit our health loss. Is our optional objective still? Why can't I... There we go. I forgot you've got to press R2 at the same time.
I don't trust you.
I know
I know you don't.
Yet you remain.
that I might prove you wrong.
It will not happen.
So you say.
So I know.
Yet, I remain.
Our relationship between them two characters is actually quite interesting. We're heading into the tavern by the looks of things. Graphically, obviously, it's nowhere near as good as the most recent games, but story-wise, I think the story, if anything, is better. It's a bit more linear. Right, we've got a new thing in the... every time it comes up, I'm going to try and press it in time so we can read what it is and keep up with them. The trading posts were essentially general stores set up in the North American frontier. The clientele, mainly explorers and members of local indigenous nations. They would barter for various goods, such as guns, axes and pots and pans. Payment was mostly in the form of furs, which were shipped back to Europe. The fur trade at the time was extremely lucrative, and one of the reasons that explorers were continually moving into the frontier. They were hoping to find more and better sources of pelts. There was a reason Davy Crockett only ever seemed to have one hat. Many of the trading posts are privately owned, but they were used to push political agendas as well. For example, after the Revolutionary War ended, the British government used their trading posts to encourage indigenous peoples not to sign treaties with the United States. The United States government took over the colonial fur trade in the colonies in 1796, establishing something called the factory system. The idea was to regulate prices in order to stop exploitation of the indigenous peoples by private traders. Unfortunately, under the new system, indigenous leaders were forced to trade large amounts of land to get access to trading posts. Private exploitation had become government exploitation. Lucky, that's the only time in history that's ever happened. Since that obviously wasn't any better, the factory system was abolished in 1822. So the factory system only ran for 26 years. 26 years. Before they realised actually it was just as bad as what it was before. Okay, let us go in. Right
Wait here.
Tavern.
A Mohawkman is likely to raise suspicions, if not muskets.
This is hardly the first time I've been amongst your people. I can handle myself.
Yeah, I've got a feeling she can.
I hope so.
Right, we've got to gather information, which means we've got to be near these people having conversations without obviously raising suspicion at the same time. How have we been seen? I was desynchronized of being detected. We drew too much attention. We didn't go anywhere. We desynced for getting too much attention. I didn't actually do anything. Right, I'm assuming I need to sit down. How do I sit down? Right, stand against the wall.
The French are ready
There we go.
in our positions. Wonder what Braddock intends to do about it.
He's already left for the advance camp. I'll wager our little holiday here is just about ended. We'll be marching south before week's end.
Yeah, the moment we came in, they were suspicious. The eavesdrop was successful, so we need to go to the second one. It's basically you've got to blend in very quickly. Otherwise, we fail. Right, am I blending in here? At the bar. I need to go to the bar, don't I? Stand at the bar.
Can't stand being quartered there.
There we go.
The endless crashing of the waves. The sting of the salt in my eyes. And the goddamn gulls shrieking and shitting everywhere.
You're sure that's where we're going?
Aye. The Bulldog's putting together another expedition.
That's what they're calling them now. Expeditions.
Aye. Smart too. Slap a fancy name on something and all evil is excused.
There we go. We've got to leave the tavern now. Without raising more suspicions. But yeah, they were suspicious the minute we walked in. You kind of can't stand still. You've got to react quick enough.
Where are you going, Cully?
Okay.
Me?
No, the other cock robin.
Well, I was leaving.
Oh? And now?
I think they want to fight.
I'm going to feed you your teeth.
Nicely said.
And you were worried I was going to be the problem?
Nicely said. Still got to limit our health loss. I'm trying to break. There's an optional objective to break things as well. Like that. We're going to do 2. Lovely. I've just knocked him over the bar. Right, anyone else? Right, I need to break the other, because it's an optional objective. I want to break the table. I think it's the last one left. I don't want to kill him. I need to break the table. Otherwise he failed the optional objective. There we go. Oh, there's more of them now. And obviously we can't lose too much health either. I love the jump kick. Any more for any more? There we go.
You're hurt.
It's weird having to concentrate so much on the optional objectives whilst obviously not trying to die. Remember buttons and yeah.
I should stop the
A
bleeding.
lot of focus has to be on them optional objectives because if you fail one, you've got to come back at some point to redo it.
That wasn't necessary. But thank you.
We should move on. Meet me at Braddock's camp when you're ready.
Right, we've got to meet her at Braddock's camp. Right, looks over for the next part. Thanks for the like over there, was much appreciated. Mission complete. And we did all the optional objectives, breaking the tables as well. So fully synchronised. That's what we like to see. Okay, where are we going? Good afternoon, Kathy, how are you? So now we've got to travel down to here. It's enough trouble getting to here. Right, I'm assuming we just ride. And that's our best way. I don't know whose horse this is, but it is now the one we're going to use. I'm going to try not to cause too much trouble on our way. I'm not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. Enjoying this, although I'm still having difficulty with the controls. Story though is pretty good. And I was just saying, the optional objectives, they give you a lot to think about. And I'm in two minds whether we should focus on them during a mission or ignore them and just come back to them later. I kind of want to do as many of them as we can as we go, as I think that's the better option rather than coming back to them later on. I don't know why the horse stopped there. It said while you're galloping, but I can't get the horse to gallop. So there's animals here. I don't need to attack them, they're not attacking me. Right, the river's here. I don't know, can I cross the river? I think I can. Yeah, you can pick the hidden blade instead of using your sword. Yeah, you can. So your weapon, hidden blade, is there, or you can use your large weapon, which is obviously your sword. There's no combat combo speed damage things for your hidden blade. To be fair, I'll have it on. I don't know if I should be killing animals or not. Hasn't given us a reason to currently. Right, there is something ahead of us though. Soldiers. I don't want to have to fight them. Looks like they're having a not so fun time making the way through the snow. But yeah, we've set the hidden blade now on. I just use the sword most of the time because the swords seem to be an easier weapon to use. But yeah, it said you can hold X while galloping for the horse to go quicker. My horse doesn't seem to want to gallop. I obviously don't want to dismount. All he wants to do is walk. I believe we're heading in the right direction as well. But yeah, so we can kill animals. There must be a reason for that. And I'm assuming later on when we use Connor, there'll be a bigger reason. Currently we haven't got a reason to kill animals, so we won't. Right, I think we are getting there. Using all you've got, that small little map, yeah, we are getting there. Perfect. Because none of this is explored, obviously. None of it shows up properly. Right, I think the left path. Hopefully. Oh, there's a lot of hunting later, is there? Okay. Yeah, we just haven't got a reason to hunt at the minute, so there's no point, I don't think. If we had a reason to, it'd be different. Right, I think we're nearly there. There's a camp there, but that's not ours. Where is she? She's to our right. She's there, okay. Let's dismount then. And go and talk to her. I love the snow, the crunchiness of the snow beneath your feet is incredible. That detail. Sequence 3, execution is everything. That tells us this needs to be military precision now.
Use the snowstorm to mask your approach. Having second thoughts?
I am.
Hardly. But I'll have to approach this carefully.
Go on then. I'll keep watch from here.
So on our own, we need to approach carefully. So, red zones... Oh, Animus. We've got Animus, so let's have a look at the Animus. The Battle of Fort Necessity was one of the opening battles of the French and Indian War. It's important the opening battles are quite exciting, otherwise everyone just sort of loses interest. In 1754, George Washington was sent to the head of the Ohio River Valley with a group of Virginia militia. The land there was a contested territory between the British colonists and the French. Washington's mission was to retake Fort Duquesne, I know I'm pronouncing that wrong, and drive French forces out of the area. Washington and his troops attacked a French patrol at Unionville Glen in what would be the first acts of violence in the war. Washington expected a return attack and had his troops build a palisade wall surrounding their supplies, a fort of necessity, hence the name. But they might as well have called it the Fort of Inadequacy because supplies ran low and the militia and the British regular reinforcements were quickly overwhelmed. On July 4th, Washington surrendered and was allowed to retreat, and someone else was put in charge of renaming forts. It was Washington's only military surrender. Though he had plenty of strategic retreats, PR spin was alive and well even then. So although he did obviously retreat in other battles, they called it strategic retreats, and this was he only ever had one recorded surrender. The writing is amazing. Right.
I can hide in that cart.
We can hide in a cart. I didn't see a cart, but okay. We've got to infiltrate the fort. I think that's... What's in the wagon? I need a full inventory. I don't know how I'm going to hide in the cart. Because there's soldiers there, surely. Trying to use this... Is there a soldier to the right? Yeah, he's gone though.
That's it. That's all there is.
Can we get him? There we go, we're in. Whew. Red zones are militarised. Guards are will attack as soon as they recognise you.
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
No, he's on about sabotaging cannons. Do not kill any guards using a weapon, and sabotage 2 cannons. That's the side objectives. We're also in a military ×2. We're going to eavesdrop on officers as well. So the side objectives over there. I need to get out, but I'm afraid of being seen. Right, okay, we are. I'm going to listen to these guards talk, And I also need to do the cannons by the looks of things. I need no one to be looking at me. Get across, get across, get across. There we go.
Braddock refused the offer. There will be no truce.
Damn it! Why, George? What reason did he give?
Don't walk too
He said
far.
a diplomatic solution was no solution at all. That allowing the French to retreat would only delay an inevitable conflict. One in which they'd now have the
They're
upper
walking.
hand.
There's merit to those words, as much as I hate to admit it. Still, can't he see this is unwise?
It doesn't sit well with me either. We're far from home with our forces.
I'm not going to be able to keep up with them.
I fear Braddock's bloodlust makes him careless. It puts the men at risk. I'd rather not be delivering grim news to mothers and widows because the bulldog wanted to prove a point.
Where is the general now?
Rallying the troops.
And then it's on to Fort Duquesne, I assume?
Eventually. The march north will...
Yeah, I've lost track of the conversation because we were too far away.
I tried, John.
I know, my friend. I know.
That map will surely be of use. I need to find it.
Yeah, I'm in trouble. He wouldn't go in the bush to hide, so he got seen, and once he's seen, he desynced. I don't know if that counts as a conversation done, or we still need to do it. The problem was, he's trying to keep up with where they were talking. And not getting seen.
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
It's do not kill guards using a weapon. So does that mean using... Does the hidden blade count as a weapon? If it does, we want to get rid of it. I want to go to unarmed. Because if we can assassinate unarmed... That way we're not going to risk the optional objective, surely. So if I whistle... We can knock him out. There we go. We don't want to kill anyone. We just want to disarm people. I'm going to try and do the cannons first. There's a guard. Where is he? Is he up? Where is that? So I need to try and knock this guy out. Fish should be okay. They should, shouldn't they? Yeah, we definitely messed up before, but I need to get to this guy who aims seeing us. Come on. Get behind him. Get behind him. Knockout. Whether I should move the body or not is my next question. I can loot. Let's loot first. I keep forgetting to loot. We need money. We need bullets, so we definitely should loot more. Right, they're knocked out. I'm assuming they stay out for a while. First cannon though. Interact. Sabotage the first cannon. There is another one down here. It's also within the line of listening in. I don't want to listen in yet though, because I'm still going to need to come back to do this. I'm going to get too close. It's going to start the listening in. There we go. It's already started the listening in.
There will be no truce.
Why, George? What reason did he give?
I've been seen. In the bush. Why is he not in the bush? Hide, thank you. They're looking for me. We're meant to be eavesdropping, but if we didn't pass it because they saw me. I've also got the other cannon to do, annoyingly.
He said a diplomatic
There we go.
solution was no solution at all. That allowing the French to retreat would only delay an inevitable conflict. One in which they now have the upper hand.
There's merit to those words, as much as I hate to admit it.
If they stand there and talk brilliant. If we start walking, we're going to have a difficulty.
Well with me either. We're far from home with our forces divided. Worse,
So that's George Washington that's talking.
careless. It puts the men at risk. I'd rather not be delivering grim news to
I didn't click that was him before.
the bulldog wanted to prove a point.
Where is the general now?
Rallying the troops.
And then it's on to Fort Duquesne, I assume?
Eventually. The march north will surely take time. There's a copy of the plans in the command tent should you wish to review them.
At least
What?
this will be ended soon.
I tried, John.
I know, my friend. I know.
That map
There we go,
will
we did
surely
it.
be of use.
We need to steal the map.
I need to find it.
And we're actually already here, but I need to take out the other cannon. The map is literally up there, but I need to deal with this other cannon. Ideally first. They kind of worked in our favour, the fact that they stayed here. I was expecting them to go, but they didn't. They didn't move, which worked in our favour massively. Right, they are there with their back turned, but there is another guy nearby. I'm just trying to think how I can get to that cannon without being seen. There's a hay. There's hay there. Two of them together, though, is going to make life difficult, isn't it? I kind of need them to move on. There is another guard as well walking around. I think he's down the stairs, though. We need to get them two to come towards us, ideally. Or, can we do it? I don't think we can go this way to it. Can we? What do you think? Don't fall down. Just wondered if we could get in this way. We know them two guys there. I don't know if I can climb back up now, that's the only thing. Oh. Hang on. There's a soldier there. So he's obviously the one we need to deal with. Discreetly. In the bush, in the bush, in the bush. Right. This may just really work in our favour right now. We just need to take this guy out, disarm that, and back up top. Let's knock him out. I wasn't meaning to whistle, I was trying to loot. There we go. As we need money. Right, let's disarm this. And that's the optional objective done. Obviously don't kill anyone. But yeah, constantly having to think about what else we've got to do at the same time. I don't know if I can get back up now though, that's my only issue, isn't it? Can't climb up there. Can he climb up there? No. I don't want to have to go through the way we came out, ideally. I think I might have to. Because that means we've got to go back up. I don't think I can that way. I've got to find a way round. Although the tree is there. Don't fall down. Yeah, I was just thinking that the tree's obviously something. I can't climb up that way though. Because you can't. Oh, I miss an eagle. I need an eagle so I can actually see what I'm doing. That's what I need. What do we think? Up here, jump across. I so miss an eagle. You can plan your route so much easier when you've got an eagle. Right, I'm thinking we can jump to that, and then the trees maybe. There we go. Ah, he fell off. And then, but where would he jump from there? He won't make that jump across, I don't think. I can't afford to die now either though, can I? I think that is probably the right way. I'm just trying to avoid guards, obviously. Let's try going back up, shall we? No, he falls off every time. And I don't think I can get back up this way. That's a long way down. I think we're going to have to find a way round. It would seem. Where we were. Yeah, I know it's going to Y-shape, it just won't, he doesn't want to do the jump. We just fall off the branch every time. I'll give it another go. Anything that means we avoid soldiers is the best option. But yeah, it's the falling off all the time. So no, you can't stay on that branch. But the Y shape there tells me you should be able to. Start from the base of the tree. Let's have a look. Come on. No, so he won't. Can't get him to go in. It is the shape of the tree is what you'd think would be your way to do it, but it just won't. This is my controls. What else have we got? We've got to find a way. Can't get seen, obviously. There's a guard nearby, just there. Are they above us? Or are they below us? There we go, they're below us. Right, from here, where can I go? I wonder if I can do it that way now. I need to go up them steps. The route is clear, other than getting up them steps. There we go. Hopefully they didn't see us. No, they've got their backs to us. I think we've found a way around it. Right, we can steal. He can't climb trees, no. Escape the zone and become anonymous. Right, we now need to escape. This may be a bad idea going this way. Because the green marker is that way, I kind of thought this is the way we need to go. Right, there's a guard down there. I want a bird. I want to be able to see what's near me. It's so weird not being able to call it above me and have a look. And we need to find a way out. And we don't get seen. Obviously, I'm assuming you can't climb over there. I was hoping we can be able to climb out there, but we can't. Okay, I'm making this a lot harder for myself right now. Right, you can't climb out there. We need to find a way out where the guards aren't going to see us. Now, we can get out that way, but I don't know if we can get round. Because we can get out where the cannon is, can't we? It's whether we can get round or not. Oh, there's more than one. I think there's two, by the looks of it. Right, we're not going to be able to walk around that gap, I don't think. I might be able to do it. I don't want to climb, I just want to walk. Trying to be very careful. We can stay on the edge here. We don't fall to our doom. We'll be alright. There we go. No! Whoa, he slid a long way down. Which means that tells me I can't get back up there, doesn't it? Oh, that's not good. Okay. Or is it? I don't know. Actually. There's a tree going across here. So that tells me we must be able to find a way up from here. I don't know if I've just ruined it and we're going to have to restart or not. Ah, we can climb up here. Maybe I haven't ruined it. I thought for a second I had. Right, can't climb up there. Okay, we could climb to here. And up here. Right. Well, we're not dead. That's a bonus. So does that mean my escape route that I thought about isn't a good route? Or can we go down this way, maybe? I think that's a no that way. So we'll climb that way. I thought I had a good route out, but it just doesn't seem. We fell and slid. Just, I think it's too slippery, that route out. So obviously I don't want to go that way. I think there's two guards. Is there only one at this entrance though? Or is it two? It's only one and we can go out and leave this entrance. Surely. There's one there. I'm hoping he's on his own. Give me the knockout. There we go. It doesn't always show up really easily, the knockout. Right, we've got to get to the marker. We've got out. Now we're going to try and get round. Get to the marker. Obviously, the enemies will still come after us if they see us and investigate. But I think we've done it. Hopefully. I would say my criticism at the minute is the controls, although they're simple, and although we're used to different controls, they're also very finicky. So what you think would work doesn't sometimes. And so like the assassinate button doesn't show up. It says it says attack, and obviously if you press it when you attack, I'm assuming you're going to start a fight you don't want.
It'll be a while yet till
So that's an issue.
which gives us time to form a plan.
You have to make sure it's on what you want it to be on, especially when it comes to assassinate and
Go
attack.
and gather your allies. I will do the same. I will send word when it is time to strike.
So we're going to strike the camp together by the sounds of it. You are now incognito. And we have... Yeah, that's the problem. If you press it when you want to assassinate and attack, I'm assuming that's going to go badly wrong. Obviously you don't want it to happen, so I'm not going to test it if I can help it. But we've done it. We did manage to do it. Bear with me 2 seconds, I've got a phone call incoming, so bear with me. Sorry about that. That's my other half making sure my little boy been picked up by his grandparents, okay. So I had to answer. Right, so we need to get back to the town by the looks of things. Now, I believe we can call Can't fast travel. And we did the mission 100%. As we were saying, the problem is, yeah, when it says attack and assassinate in the same button, if I press it on attack, I'm assuming that alerts others. So that is an issue. But yeah, the buttons are just a bit finicky. Other than that, it's okay. Right, I can call a horse, I believe. I thought I could. Let's change. We did this. We changed about the hidden blade, and this one. Okay, that didn't do what. Ah, cool horse. There we go. And I can change it back to gun. But I wanted to call a horse because that means now we can ride to where we need to get to. Try and speed things up. Not that I can make the horse go quickly. I don't know why. But yeah, the detail in the snow and things, and the paths in the snow that you see and the footprints, I think is pretty cool. Right, press X while galloping to spur your horse on. That's all well and good, but I can't get my horse to gallop. So that doesn't help. Where can I cross the river? I don't know if the horse can swim, or how well it can swim. I think we can cross here, though. Soon find out if I get thrown off. No, we're alright. One thing I am just going to check. I wonder when Assassin's... I want to know when... It's loud noise by the horse. Assassin's Creed 3. The reason I want to know... I'm curious to when it came out. 2012. So the attention to detail in something that's as old as this is, from 2012, is actually really interesting. With the snow and the seasons, as we said earlier, you don't see it as much in the RPG games as you probably should do. It's interesting how a game in 2012 can have that level of detail. Right, we're still heading in the right direction, I believe. I was originally following the roads to make life easy, but we're not going to discover things if I follow the roads. Although I think I've crossed the river, I didn't... Okay, we need to cross the river again. I made a mistake crossing the river. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 1 was definitely ahead of its time. Alright, we might as well use the main bridge while we're here. Hopefully no one's going to bother us. We've got no notoriety, so I'm assuming we are fairly safe from enemies. But yeah, just some of the details. And you see games nowadays that don't have that level of detail, and you kind of wonder why. Need to turn my screensaver on the laptop off, or power saver settings, because if I don't touch it every hour, it turns itself off. Remember 2012, I remember because it was marketed based on the stuff with the Mayan calendar. So I'm trying to read and look what I'm doing. Oh yeah, they were in apocalypse mode, yes. 2012 was meant to be the end of the world, wasn't it? That's a good shout. But then lots of times it was meant to be the end. 2000 was meant to be the end of the world as well because of the clocks and the computers. In 2000, they were rumoured to not be able to go past 2000 on the clock, and all the computers were going to go wrong, was the rumour at the time, or what was expected. Lots of times people have thought the world was going to end. Depends what you read and what you look into. Right, let's go in. You as a little kid. 2012. See, for me, it's not that long ago. 5 months later, so time has passed. Okay, that's interesting.
The cold, cold ground.
Here, here.
So did our attack not happen?
Hard at work, I see.
How did you...
It is time. We've set up camp to the north. Meet me there.
So 5 months have been planning this attack.
Let us away.
He's got his trusted men with him. Planning it for 5 months. Right.
First it was too cold. Now it's too goddamn hot.
Ah, see, the season has changed.
And humid too.
We just missed a Animus database recent entry. Again, there's a couple actually. I didn't realise we missed a couple. Concord. This was the regulars' destination when they set out from Boston on the day of battles at Lexington and Concord. Inside the town, the British found cannon, flour, salt, food, and musket balls. They broke the cannon and threw the rest into the local mill pond. A bad idea since the local residents retrieved most of it later undamaged. In their zeal, their regulars also extended their fire to the local meeting house. It happens, and then joined the bucket brigade to help put it out. However, the local militia saw the smoke and thought the regulars set fire to the whole town. The militia marched in, causing a battle with the regulars at the North Bridge, just outside of town. It was a comedy of errors with very little comedy. The Battle of the North Bridge was immortalised in the Concord Hymn, a popular poem by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Emerson lived in Concord in the 1830s, which probably made him a bit biased. He refers to fighting the bridge as the shots heard round the world. Bit of an overstatement since the first shots of the war had been fired at Lexington hours before. Maybe he'd been napping. You know what poets are like. You remember watching the 2014 World Cup final? Wow. That's a long time ago. Well, it seems a long time ago, but it's actually not, is it really? Grenadiers were originally the soldiers in charge of throwing grenades, hence the name. They were chosen for being tall, muscular and fearless. Not only did they need the strength to throw grenades far enough to actually injure the enemy, they had to be brave or stupid enough to stay in the front lines of battle to do it. Grenadiers were also called upon to be fast, effective assault troops, helping things like storming breaches through sieges during sieges. You know, all the standard easy jobs that lie to get you killed. By the mid-18th century, grenades had fallen out of favour, but grenadiers were still regarded as elite regiments, called on to guard the right flank of their battalions, and still to do all the other dangerous work they got a reputation for. An interesting note on the hats. We were talking about the hats before, weren't we? They were made high and narrow, as not to get in the way while you were throwing grenades, which is a good feature to have. Eventually, the mitre hat became part of the standard dress uniform in numerous armies. It's also possible grenadiers just really dig the idea of looking like the Pope. History is mute on the point. John Fraser, also spelled Fraser or Frazier, was a Scottish-born trader living in the area of Fort Connez during the French Indian War and a participant in the Braddock expedition. Fraser left Scotland sometime after 1745, possibly because of political troubles. Fraser supported the Stuarts, who were on the losing end of a rebellion. He set up trade on the upper Allegheny River, but was quickly run out of his cabin by the French. He moved further down the river near modern-day Pittsburgh, built a new cabin and continued to trade. Fraser was one of the settlers building a fort on the site of Fort Duquesne near his own land, when the French took over again. Fraser supplied Washington's attempt to reclaim the fort in 1754, which was followed by the defeat of Fort Necessity, and served as a chief scout during the Braddock expedition. After Braddock failed, Fraser gave up on the area, depriving the French of a third opportunity to chase him off his land. So I suppose it's a small victory. He moved to the Tuscarora Valley before finally settling at Fort Bedford. And the Braddock expedition, which is what we're aiming to go towards, this is what we know Braddock is out on an expedition. We're trying to infiltrate and stop it or get in the middle of it. Duquesne. Okay, not Duquesne. Yeah, the way I'm pronouncing it. Duquesne. I need to look out for how to pronounce things so I don't get it massively wrong. It's not as bad as my Egyptian pronunciations, I know that much. They were pretty bad. This battle was part of the French and Indian War. In it, Edward Braddock's force of 1,500 British regulars and militia was decimated by a group of French-led troops half its size. That's not something we talk about much in Britain. Braddock had been sent to capture Fort Duquesne at the top of the Ohio River. His officers included a young George Washington, possibly because Washington knew the area, having surrendered at Fort Necessity the year before. So we're meeting Washington now, after he's already surrendered in his only ever time it's been known to surrender, officially. Braddock's troops were about 10 miles from Fort Duquesne when they were ambushed by a group of French and my language is getting horrendous. By a group of French and indigenous fighters. Braddock's advanced troops were overwhelmed and fell back into the main body of the army. His rear guard didn't hear the order to stop and kept advancing into the main body of the army. The result was chaos. Almost every one of his officers was killed, with the exception of Washington. Braddock himself was fatally wounded. Washington had him carried from the field and he died 4 days later. An interesting historical note, Braddock gave his officer's sash to George Washington, asking to preserve it. Washington did, still on display at Mount Vernon. The battle is also known as Braddock's defeat, but interestingly, no one knows why. I'm kidding. But if you need me to tell you why, I don't think you're really cut out for this. Oh, the sarcasm is brilliant. So yeah, interesting. So Washington's going to be here, but Washington preserved Braddock's sash, and it's actually on display. That's quite cool. Right, we're all caught up. Let's see, we need to rejoin.
To say nothing of the mosquitoes.
So we were in the deepest of
Warm weather
winters,
and bugs are soon to be the least of our worries.
and now we are
What? You mean the bulldog?
in spring, 5 months later. Spring, summertime. The difference in the land is incredible.
Where's your boy Lee gone off to?
Return to finish out his
So
service under Braddock.
Lee isn't here. Lee is with Braddock.
I imagine the bulldog's none too pleased after
That's
the stunt we
interesting.
pulled.
Pleased to spin a tale of my incompetence and beg forgiveness. He is away with
Communication is important. The rear advance when the front is retreating. Yeah, that's a big no-no, isn't it? There was a massive miscommunication.
Precisely.
Ah, that's why Haytham was quite happy. So that is
If I
why.
have, Charles will sense it first and make his escape. He's more clever than you think.
Okay, so that makes sense. Haytham seemed quite happy for Charles to go back to Braddock.
Time I went and saw the sights.
And it's so he had an inside man.
Of empty whiskey bottles and women's breeches, no doubt.
Right. But yeah, that's interesting. We knew he was going back. We didn't know, he had to finish the service. But actually, Haytham was okay with it because it gave him someone on the
All these men are
inside.
from many different tribes, united in their desire to see Braddock sent away. The Abenaki, the Lenape, the Shawnee.
And you? Who do you stand for?
Myself.
What would you have me do?
Will you help the others to prepare? Follow.
For someone who gives orders a lot, Haytham's quite happy to follow her lead.
They come.
Everything all right, sir?
So that's George Washington, Edward Braddock.
No doubt, many wonder why it is we've pushed so far west. These are wild lands, as yet untamed and unsettled. But it shall not always be so. In time, our holdings will no longer suffice. And that day is closer than you think. We must ensure our people have ample room to grow and further prosper. Which means we need more land. The French understand this, and endeavor to prevent such growth. They skirt around our territory, erecting forts and forging alliances, awaiting the day they might strangle us with the noose they've built. This must not come to pass. We must sever the cord and send them back. This is why we ride, to offer them one last chance. The French will leave, or they will die.
Now's the time to strike.
Wait. To scatter the expedition is not enough. Must ensure that Braddock falls, else he's sure to try again. I'll disguise myself as one of his own and make my way to his side. Your ambush will provide the perfect cover for me to deliver the killing blow.
Oh wow, okay. We're going to disguise ourselves as one of his soldiers and deliver the killing blow ourselves. The Abenaki. The Abenaki nation originated in what's now northern New England and the southern Canadian Maritimes. Although suggesting they're only one nation may be a bit of a misnomer, since Abenaki can refer to numerous groups in the same approximate geographic area and language family. Algonquin, since you asked, I have no idea how I said that. Although the various Abenaki would join together during crisis events, like when they were under attack from other nations, for the most part they had no central authority. That's probably partly what caused the encroachment of British colonists on their land. The British liked to have formal governments they could negotiate treaties with. It's just so much more civilised and sometimes there are canapes. So from the colonist perspective, no central government meant the Abenaki had no claim on the land. Of course, they could have found out otherwise, but that would have taken work and have been complicated, and perhaps most importantly, the Abenaki might have said no. While the Abenaki tried to remain neutral during the French and Indian War, they were quite literally caught between the warring British and French colonies, so some conflict was inevitable. For the most part, they sided with the French, who were less responsive for driving them out of their homeland. Less of the two evils, I suppose you could say. Though there's a sentence I never thought I'd say about the French. He's definitely got an issue with the French, hasn't he? So the Shawnee, this is the other tribe that with us. At the time of the French and Indian War, the people of the Shawnee Nation were mostly living in and around the Ohio Valley, the territory surrounding Fort Duquesne. Traditionally, their hunting grounds had extended into Pennsylvania and Virginia. They were being slowly moved from their lands by the advancing line of British colonisation. Hoping to stop or at least slow settlement, some of the Shawnee entered the war, siding with the traditional trading partners, that is, the French. By 1758, some Shawnee negotiated peace with the British in Treaty of Euston. However, the treaty wasn't respected. And if you know anything about colonial history, you're probably sadly unsurprised by that. Leading to another war, Pontiac's Rebellion in 1763. By the time the American Revolution started, many of the Shawnee opted to remain neutral, although some sided with the British, again hoping for help pushing back colonists. Unfortunately, the result was the same as many other indigenous peoples. The Shawnee were forced to leave their lands, the majority eventually settling in Oklahoma. Good Lord, settling in Oklahoma, as if their story couldn't get any worse. And then the Lenape, also called the Lenape or the Delaware. Before European colonisation, the Lenape lived mostly along the banks of the Delaware River in what's modern-day New Jersey and Pennsylvania. The Lenape were one of the first nations to come into contact with Europeans, most significantly of William Penn, who founded Pennsylvania, which was a stroke of luck, given his name. While the Lenape relationship with Penn was mostly peaceful, when Penn died, his sons forced most of the Lenape off their land in a deal known as the Walking Purchase. During the French and Indian War, the Lenape sided primarily with the French, though some individual groups would later leave to join the British. In 1778, they were the first to sign a land treaty with the Continental Congress, agreeing to provide scouts to the army in exchange for supplies. I imagine they simply liked fine cheeses and onions. The newly formed United States showed its gratitude by eventually moving the Lenape into isolated communities in Ohio and southern Canada. How wonderfully thoughtful. So, out of all three of those tribes, they're basically explaining how the American government sought to move them from their lands at one point or another. We're going to kill militia without triggering open conflict. That's their plan. That's the side missions. Without triggering open conflict, we've got to kill 2. So let's change that to a hidden blade, because we need to kill.
There, in front of us.
There's a guard here. How are we going to kill 2 without triggering open combat? That's my question. There's one there. They're all there. I've basically got to take these. There's more there. Okay. We've got to find a way to kill 2 without triggering open combat. Where's this guy going? Okay, actually. Where are they looking?
Kill them!
I don't know if I've passed it or not. Right. I don't know if I did. I don't know if I did it. I may have to redo that. I'm not sure. We've got their uniforms though, which is what we wanted. I can't see how I cleared it. To be fair, no. We only killed one before the rest attacked, so we didn't pass. We got to ride to Braddock's position. So that's something else we'll have to redo later on. That is the problem with the optional objectives. See all the got all the other troops in the trees.
Moving the whole thing is sure to fall over. With the French push back, there'll be a lot of opportunities for us up north.
No end of soldiers here. I loved how the other guys, all the indigenous people, were in the trees though.
You mean, sir? You are grateful to have served.
We're here. I think the Braddock just shot one of his men.
Edward. Not so fun on the other end of the barrel, is it?
Look out!
That's the French. The white coats, I'm assuming.
Sir. Where are you off to, Edward?
I'm assuming we're chasing him down, would be my assumption. Destroy powder cart. Reduce distance to target. I thought I was... okay, it's gone really slow-mo and I can't do anything. Yeah, desync. We lost their target that quickly. I thought I was riding normally, but target lost, we desynced. I feel like I'm missing something when it comes to riding the horse. Obviously we've got to chase after him. I can't get the horse to go quicker. Yeah, and straight away I'm now reduced distance to target. I need to get the horse to go quicker, but I don't know how. R2. Why don't I think of this? So R2 is normally when you run. Yeah, there we go, look. R2. That's what I needed to do. Come on. After him. I haven't shot any of the things I'm meant to shoot. We've got to assassinate him. Our objective is to kill him. I've got to somehow get close enough to get kill him. I'm trying. Come on. I think we're close enough now. I didn't do any of the optional objectives, I know that. Because we didn't shoot any of the carts we should have shot.
I never took you for a coward, Edward.
George Washington is behind us. There we go. That's George Washington that shot a horse.
Such arrogance. I always knew it would be the end of you.
Her legs trapped.
Is the end of you.
Don't.
Surely that would have been a broken leg.
I said go!
Right, now we're chasing after him on foot. I definitely failed the optional objective, so we will have to come back to this.
I don't deserve this!
We have got more animus stuff about George Washington. I thought we'd already read about George Washington. It's come up as more. Here's a name even you should recognise, George Washington, who would go on to be leader of the army during the American Revolution and the first president of the United States. Yeah, this isn't what we read before, was it? I don't think. I was going to say you probably know everything I'm going to tell you, but that would be a lie. What you know is that George Washington has a lot of things named after him, and anything else you learned in school you forgot because you thought you'd never use it in real life. You should call your history teacher and tell us he was right all along. George Washington was the son of a planter from Virginia. He was raised with little education but was ambitious, teaching himself mostly from books. He started in business early, speculating on land starting at the age of 18. When he was 20, his older brother died, leaving him the heir of the family plantation at Mount Vernon, where he lived until his death, where you can still visit his grave today. Washington got his military started in the French and Indian War, leading an expedition to Fort Duquesne in 1754. Destination he never reached, having surrendered at Fort Necessity. The next year, Washington headed to Fort Duquesne again, this time as a guide for Edward Braddock during the ill-fated Braddock expedition. Washington went as a volunteer, hoping that working for Braddock would give him a track to military promotion. Though the battle was a rout, Washington earned credit for organising the retreat, and later that year he was made a colonel in charge of the Virginia militia. Washington completely revamped the militia with hopes that under his organisation and training they would be accepted into the British military. They never were. Washington resigned his post in 1758. I won't say the snub led to his contempt for the British, but snubs rarely help. By the late 1760s, Washington became active in political life, taking on a role in Virginia House of Burgesses. He went on to be a member of the Continental Congress. When war broke out in 1775, he was Congress's choice to lead the army. At the time, Washington said, "I do not think myself equal to the command I am honoured with," which I'm sure inspired complete confidence in everyone who heard it. Imagine if you was on an aeroplane and the captain opened with that. That's a good point. It's possible Washington was being falsely modest, but the fact is this: he wasn't a military genius, and he knew it. Though I'm sure it hurts your American pride to hear me say it wasn't perfect. Washington had several narrow misses where the army could have easily been obliterated, at Manhattan and again at Brandywine, among others. Washington won an early victory. He broke the siege of Boston, but he then made the disastrous move of fortifying New York, a city he couldn't defend without a navy he didn't have. Even if you can work that one out, he spent the latter half of 1776 retreating across New York and New Jersey, losing battle after battle until Christmas, when he pulled off a successful surprise attack, the Hessian troops at Trenton. And while the battle makes for some famous paintings, and it did rally the flagging confidence of the public, it was a minor victory in the war. So it's basically saying George Washington wasn't the mastermind he wasn't a massively intelligent military man. Interestingly, since from what I know British history towards him is different to what American probably is.
Sorry, Edward, but you forced.
I could have let the conversation go on, but I just thought I had a chance to kill him.
Why, Haytham?
Your death opens a door. It's nothing personal. Well, maybe it is a little personal. Been a pain in my ass, after all.
But we are brothers.
We were brothers at one point.
Perhaps. No longer. Do you think I've forgotten what you did? All those innocents slaughtered. And for what? It does not engender peace to cut your way to resolution.
Wrong. Whether we applied the sword more liberally and more often, the world would be a better place than it is today.
In this instance, I concur.
There's no love lost between the two, was there, at the end?
Farewell, Edward.
So the control, see if there's a way to increase speed. Yeah, I've just seen your comment, to be fair. R2, I didn't think that R2 with make character run would be the same for the horse, which worked. US education can be quite patriotic and slightly culty. It can, yes.
No, I have upheld.
And I've got nothing against Americans, but
I expect that you will honor yours.
Follow me.
The issue with the Americans and how they retell history isn't always accurate to what we know or we're told. So the British and the Americans do clash a lot when it comes to history and accuracy of historical facts, each wanting to make them better for their own use. You think Black Flag could be impossible to platinum because there could be no players in the online mode? Yeah, that could be an issue. I hadn't thought of that. That's something we'll have to look into down the line, I think. Right, so this is what Haytham was after the whole time.
No.
But it's missing the Apple of Eden. That's what goes in that hole, I would have said.
You seem disappointed.
Of course we're disappointed.
I thought that I held a key that would open something here.
Nope, we're missing the Apple of Eden.
This room is all there is.
I expected more.
Yeah, that's definitely something we'll have to think about, Keller, when we get to that, I think.
What do they mean?
It tells the story of Yodzizu, who came into our world and shaped it for what life might come. She had a hard journey, fraught with great loss and peril. But she believed in her children and what they might achieve. And though she is long gone from the physical world, her eyes still watch over us.
It's bound to be dead, Keller, considering how long ago it was out. There might be a way around it. If you've got enough people wanting to play it together to finish the trophies, there's a couple of groups online you can join that will do online trophies together.
Thank you. I should go.
Hello, Super Colby. Good afternoon. How are you? Thanks for the like, whoever that was. Much appreciated. Unity is still working. Unity we will be going to at some point. We've got to try and make a plan of how we're going to play these. So we can use the DNA tracker to retry this mission and achieve full synchronization. We failed the optional objectives throughout the whole mission. So that's another one added to the list that we're going to have to go back. Our Animus has been updated with Edward Braddock as well. So where was it updated? I don't know where the update... here, I think this is the update. Yeah. So we originally read about Edward Braddock, but now it's been updated, which is quite interesting. I like how it updates the information. It was George Washington who carried Braddock from the field on his sash, which Braddock then entrusted to Washington. That carrying bit may sound a bit odd, but that sash is bigger than it looks, more than 3 meters long and doubled as a field hammock. It says something like officers that they wear a piece of clothing designed to carry their body off the battlefield, which would also single them out for getting shot at. The ways of war are mysterious. Braddock died of his injuries a few days later. Washington kept the sash. Here's something interesting. Because of concerns that enemy soldiers would desecrate Braddock's body, he was buried under the road. So the wagons would run over the earth and hide the gravesite. In 1804, road workers rediscovered the remains and they were moved to another site, which is now marked by a marble monument. Oh wow. Because he was so hated because he was nicknamed the Bulldog, they actually hid his body under the road so it wouldn't get desecrated. How bad is that? Or clever, I don't know. Depends how you want to look at it. Why are developers adding online trophies in the plan? This is the most annoying thing. Yeah, we should try and stay away from online trophies unless we have to. It's something we'll have to think about. But it's just they added an online side of the game. They had to do trophies to make people want to play it, I suppose. Assassin's Creed Infinity is going to kill the old Assassin's Creed. I don't know. So this is now a few days later. With Infinity, people keep talking about it and keep asking questions and that kind of thing. My only thing I will say on Infinity is we do not know enough information. And from what I'm reading about it, you're looking at least 2024 before it's out. So, as 2020, if it's not until 2024, we don't really have to worry so much. But also, we just don't know what's going to happen with it. Every now and then you hear a little snippet of something, it's all rumours. I don't want to draw conclusions without having proper factual information. And I know the Assassin's Creed community as a whole aren't happy about it as a concept, but they could still surprise us. Assassin's Creed 3 has online trophies. It doesn't. There isn't an on... Does it? There's no online mode, surely. You think the Unity ones, yeah. To be fair, like I say, there are groups online that will go and play a game just for the trophies together. And if need be, when we come to it, I can always try and arrange something that way. You've looked it up on Google. There are online trophies for Assassin's Creed 3. So what part of it's online? I haven't seen anything to say it's online yet.
Master Kinley.
So Charles Lee. So he was the one that was back with Braddock's men.
Not the right place.
The others are waiting for you.
So he's made his way back to us. And we've obviously killed the bulldog.
Gentlemen, please, sit.
I think we're going to have quite a lot of
I fear our temple
sequences to go back to come the end.
Although it did contain precursor
We can start the
images
multiplayer from the main menu, same for Black Flag. Oh, okay. We'll have to have a look at that.
Not close enough, it seems.
Do you already know that Haytham is a Templar?
and expand our order.
Yes and no. I kind of had
a permanent base here.
The name was familiar, but I couldn't think why.
The site eludes us. I am confident we will find it.
But he's also got that demeanour that tells me
Furthermore,
he's maybe not all he seems.
it's time we welcome Charles into our fold. He has proven himself a loyal disciple and served unerringly since the day he came to us. He should be able to share in our knowledge.
There's something about him that, from the start, I was thinking it's just off.
Are any opposed? Very well. Charles, come, stand.
So Charles, being the inside man against Braddock, is now going to be inducted.
Do you swear to uphold the principles of our order and all that for which we stand?
I do.
And never to share our secrets nor divulge the true nature of our work?
I do.
And to do so from now until death, whatever the cost?
I do.
Then we welcome you into our fold, brother. Together, we will usher in the dawn of a new world, one defined by purpose and order. Give me your hand. You
are a Templar.
Are a Templar.
So we've been playing as a Templar the whole
May the Father
time.
of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding
guide us.
So...
Wait, what?
How would you like them apples? Trophy achieved. Which is a cool name for trophy. So Desmond is now really confused. I thought there was something different about Haytham, but then he had... I didn't know he was a Templar. You know, honestly, I didn't know that was the issue. But I knew there wasn't something right. But he had a blade. He had a hidden blade. And even Desmond's confused.
You all saw that, right?
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
The key must be the amulet Haytham took from London.
We might know what it looks like, but we're no closer to finding it. Desmond, you need to keep going.
Hey, he's your ancestor too. Why don't you hop in the Animus?
Really? That's your response? It's like dealing with a 6-year-old. What is wrong with you, Desmond?
No worries, Lisa. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
You want to know what's wrong? I'm sick of
Hope you
being
have a good
treated
day.
like I'm not even here. Desmond, do this. Desmond, do that. Desmond, you better figure things out because the sun is going to turn us all to ash. And I know I was really nice to you, but actually I'm just another Templar plot twist. And yes, I would like very much for you to be controlled by a magic space wizard so that you can murder me. So there's your answer. I'm sick of being a goddamn pawn. I thought it might be different with you. I mean, you're my father, but turns out you're no better than the fucking Templars.
Don't you ever equate me to those bastards again. You hear me? Everything I do, everything I have done, has been for you. Maybe I pushed a little too hard, asked a little too much, but try and remember exactly what's at stake here.
You've not seen any online trophies, but there is an online mode. See, I've not looked at trophies. I would stay away till near the end.
I'm just going to pretend that this never happened and get back to bringing everyone up to speed on where we stand. The news isn't good.
I'm surprised by an online mode,
temple
though.
is powered by a collection of, well, I guess they're batteries. You found one on your way in, but there aren't any more, at least not down here.
Any idea on where we can find replacements?
Not yet, so I intend to tiptoe into the Abstergo database. Now, if I can cross-reference these particular devices with their database, then maybe we'll get lucky.
See what you can do.
Obviously. Anyway, Desmond, you can either take a look around here or we can head back to the Animus.
Well, we've got a couple of emails that keep coming up to say you need to exit the Animus to read them, so we'll have a quick look at those. Okay. Press any button. I did press a button, it wouldn't do anything.
What are you working on?
Lots of different stuff. If you're going into the field, we need a way to keep tabs on you and stay in touch. Hacking into local security systems won't cut it.
Thanks.
For what?
I don't know. Everything. You've sacrificed a lot for me. You and Sean both. I mean, you upgraded the Animus, you helped train me, pulled me out of that coma. You put all that work into the database and helped me solve Clay's puzzles. I know I haven't been the easiest person to work with, and I'm sorry for that. I just want you to know that even if I'm shitty at showing it, I appreciate everything you've done.
I forgot how much Desmond was, what he was like. Okay, where we need a laptop. We need to read emails. There we go. Interact. Because it kept coming up saying we had messages. Right, there's lots here. 10th of the 1st, so we start from the top, I suppose. Patch notes. Rebecca Crane. Hey, had a little bit of downtime while you were gone, so I figured I'd do what I could to upgrade the operating system. It's actually been ready for a little while now. The Animus in safe mode, I wasn't about to try an installation. Things I did, actually it should be we, since I had a few people in the other cells chip in. Modifications to the targeting system, you should be able to move in and out of combat more easily. So this is all about how the game has changed from the second one, I believe. 3 running improvements, you're less likely to jump at the wrong time in the wrong direction. Only 1 input for interacting with the world, no more choosing between parts of your ancestor's body. You can assassinate while moving now, definitely try it out ASAP. You can pick up weapons on the go as well. We implemented a weather system. Rain, snow, wind, it's all there. Animals, enough said. Faster, fast travel. Just open your map and you can instantly travel to any unlocked fast travel station. They've revamped the map, it now provides lots of additional information, you've got more control over what it shows. There's a ton of other stuff, but your dad is yelling at me to get back to work, so I better wrap this up. I'll hear you up on the other side as you come across new features. That's quite cool. Sean Hastings. First of all, welcome back. It's good to see you fully recovered. Can't imagine what it was like for you, trapped in there. If you ever want to chat about it, just let me know. Anyway, you find the database essentially unchanged aside from the few cosmetic upgrades. As before, you'll receive a notification when I added a new entry. I'll also let you know if any of the entries are updated, as is often the case when dealing with these conspiratorial ancestors of yours. The mission. So from William Miles to Desmond. Well, it's to everyone, in fact. I know it's easy to get distracted while inside the Animus, but I'm hoping everyone can stay focused here. We need to find that key as soon as possible. Also, do not go exploring the temple without first clearing it with me, and carry your headsets with you at all times. Can't afford to lose anyone because curiosity got the better of them. We're short-handed as it is. Balls. Why is it called it balls? We've got a visitor down here. It's Juno. She's been appearing every now and then. Sort of flits through the air, reminds us to guard you well, find the key, blah blah, and then poof, disappears. First, you thought it was just another holographic recording. When your father called her some other rather choice words, she glared at him, honest, swiveled those eyes in his direction and frowned, creeped me out. I don't know if she's reaching out to us from the past, if some part of her is actually still conscious, if maybe she's inside the apple, like some evil genie. Whatever it is, it gives me the creeps. And on that night, happy Halloween. That's quite cool. Haytham's amulet. Though I suppose Haytham's amulet is technically a piece of Eden, it's not particularly exciting. Functions as a key, and well, that's about it. I know, we're all used to these things being incredibly powerful, and thus rather dangerous. But this one is neither. It is weird. I'm disappointed. Is it weird that I'm disappointed? That said, it's still critical to our mission, so I suppose it counts for something. Okay. Good Lord, Rebecca, of all the fixes and updates and improvements supposedly put into the recent software revision, one would think you would have had the decency to include a British-English dictionary in the spell check. Some of us prefer to use proper language when we're corresponding. The database keeps trying to replace the letter S with Z in certain words, and it's declared war on the letter U as well. Realize becomes realize, and colour becomes colour. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's all rather ethnocentric, if you ask me. What's quite against the principles of the Assassin Brotherhood? Last I checked. And here I thought we were meant to be an all-inclusive bunch. This is going to be a quick argument between the two of us, isn't it? Just a quick heads up, applying to email chains will no longer return multiple instances of the word regarding. Should cut down on the subject length considerably. Are you sure about that? See above. Just haha, very funny, Sean. Focus, please. Hey there, Desmond. As you'll see from the date of this email, you've been in the Animus for a few days now, but don't worry. You stay on top of your vitals, not even a blip. So it looks like extending the sessions won't be a problem. Whatever happened between you and 16 seems to have increased your tolerance. The Animus keeps you in resting state, which takes care of the fatigue, and your memories are vivid enough to actually see a micro movement in your muscles, which means no atrophy issues either. Still, we're bringing you out for breaks just to stay on the safe side. Right, we've caught with all our emails now. I don't know if there is anything to explore in here. I would say there isn't, to be fair. I'd say we want to get back in the Animus. Would be my thinking. We don't have a map for in here either. Right. Where is the Animus? Oh, look, Juno. Juno was just here. Juno was next to the Animus.
Alright, here goes.
Let's head back in. So we now know how the child grew inside me. Yeah, we're going to have to deal with the online trope as a black flag when we get to it, I suppose, and see if there's a way around it. I might be able to get a group of people together to help us do them. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, the Unity one shouldn't be too bad. So, she's pregnant. I'm guessing the child is Haytham's. And as we know, Haytham is now a Templar. Or was always a Templar. That's not a good thing. 1760. I'm assuming that the father is going to be Haytham. Just by how they worked together previously.
Zit one day star.
Onisa Jerdha.
Ya Otana Gwanek Gwanek.
Radunagedu, the what Richirunyana, Runajagedu Nadaratu Danuyagodunis.
You need PlayStation Plus, yes, that's the thing. Yeah. It's up to you. If you don't plan on having PS Plus anytime soon, then it's maybe not worth it. New special map available in shops. So there's new items in the shop. Trinket map. So they look like all decent maps we do need to grab. So all the collectibles, I suppose. You can do the online trophies without it in Unity.
Hi, Star.
Right. You've got to follow the other children to the forest. But yeah, I don't know if I'm accurate in saying that our father is Haytham. I'm guessing by the way the game has gone. Obviously, if people have played other games, they'll probably know the history. I can't for the life of me remember. We've been warned not to leave the valley as children. I've got no weapons either. One of the kids wants to go back. You can't live without it. You can live without it. That decision you're going to have to make. You could always get it, do everything, and then see if you can get PlayStation Plus for like a month just to get them done. But again, I think you're going to need a group of people. And there are a couple of groups I know of online that do these trophies together. We're going to play hide and seek. So the first 3 acts we were a Templar.
Is it as a datum?
Yeah, you can always do it just for the single player stuff.
Aska degani asa gayeri.
Well, I'm assuming we've got to find the children hiding.
Aska dewat nyawe.
Analyze clue. We can see the footprints. Right, find all the children without making a mistake and find all the children in 4 minutes. We can't make a mistake. Feel like I'm going to foul this. There's one I can interact. I think one is in there. If it's not, I've made a mistake. No, we made a mistake. So we found the optional objective already. That's the optional objective already failed. Okay. So what we're going to do, since I found it immediately, we're going to restart the checkpoint. Because we're right at the start of the checkpoint, it makes sense. If we had already found a couple of them, it wouldn't make sense. Right at the start, it makes a lot more sense to do it. Right, the footprints go in different directions. Going upwards. There are footprints here, so can we see another clue here? So the footprints lead straight up. Search zone is narrowed. There's another clue here. So if you analyse the clue, it narrows the search zone. So you're not going to play them in order then? That's interesting. Because that's what we were thinking about. Right, we got one. Right, we need to find the others. We need to find the clues to narrow down the search zone. Clues, where are the clues? Clue here. Footprints go in 2 different directions. One is to the left, one is to the right. Search zone is narrowed. See, I want to say they're in there, but I don't want to risk it again. I'm running out of time though. Is there any more clues? See, the footprints we looked at here went in several directions. I would say they're in there, but I don't know. I'm running out of time. Interact. We were correct. We were correct. We got 2 in 1. 2 in 1. 1 to go. We may actually pass this. We may actually pass it. 2 in 1. We've got 2 minutes to find the last child. Another clue. That will narrow it down. Right, that's definitely narrowed it down. There's another clue here. Which may take me exactly to where they are. I didn't narrow it down. Why? I've got a choice of 2. 1 behind us and 1 here. The footprints went this way. So I want to say they're here. There we go. We did it. Did it in the time. We cleared the optionals. We actually did it. After I'm done with Unity, I'm playing them in order of their release dates. So that's the thing. Do you play it in order of release dates? Do you play it in order of chronological order in terms of time? We're skipping Black Flag, Rogue and Syndicate, yeah. I'm going to have to get the Ezio collection, I think. I think that's the only one I'm missing. I think I've got Rogue, I think I'm still at Unity. I've got Black Flag, I believe. I need to double check. Right, at least we found the children in the time limit and we did all the optional objectives. Let's not have to do it again. Do we get a hide this time? Yeah, we get a hide.
Oscar, Degani, Asa, Gayerdi, Wis, Yayak, Zada, Sadegu, Jotu,
Find somewhere to hide.
Degani Award, Asa Award, Gayerdi Award, Wis Award, Yayak Award, Zada Award.
I head to this one. Got to get there before the time limit goes down. But we'll go in this one. Oh, it's already occupied. That didn't work, did it? What about this one? There we go. We hit them. But until then, you got The Witcher. You have got other games to do, haven't you? I'm. Okay, that wasn't the children.
What have we here?
We know who these are, don't we? That looks like Charles Lee.
You look familiar.
Yeah.
Where have I seen you before?
I thought I recognised him as Charles Lee. Yeah.
That wasn't very nice.
Let me go!
Listen to that. He knows English.
It's not for a savage.
You're spirited too.
These are all Haytham's men.
We have questions for your elders. Only tell us where your village is, boy, and you can go.
Best do as he asks, child.
I could snap your neck, you know. A little more pressure, and pop. The sad little flame of your life extinguished. You are a nothing, a speck of dust. You and all your ilk, living in the dirt like animals, oblivious to the true ways of the world. The wiser among you recognize the shape of the future. They throw themselves at our feet and beg mercy. But not you, it seems. No. You cling desperately to your ways.
And this is why Connor becomes an assassin. Because of this man, Charles Lee.
But I am not unkind.
To be fair, after everything he's just said, that'd be a good reason to want to get revenge.
So I spare you, that you may carry word to your people. Let them know the sooner we are given what we seek, the sooner you can return to your pathetic, empty lives. A fair trade, is it not?
What is your name?
Charles Lee. Why do you ask?
So I can find you.
I look forward to it.
The story, I must admit, is really intriguing, how it all links together really well. We've just been hitting the head, so we're obviously not completely with it. But we've got to make it back to the village. But yeah, that's why I was saying on the Discord last night, you know, if we want to do all the Assassin's Creed games, do we put the Witcher Platinum on hold? The village is on fire. They've attacked the village and burned it down. He won't laugh and Connor's going to be a big Grandmaster Assassin. No, that's the thing. He obviously didn't think that would ever happen though, did he? Return home. Gotta make our way through. Right. Mash O to move the debris. I don't know why I just didn't go underneath it, but okay. But yeah, the story is actually really intriguing. Like I say, I'm pretty sure he's Haytham's child. All he wants is his mum at this point. He's trying to find his mother. Door is blocked, find another way in. Gotta find a way to rescue our mum. Can we get round here? There we go. I don't know if I can get up that way. No, no. How do we get in? Ah, this way.
John. Onak ti on sadego. Onak.
He won't leave while she's trapped. Although she's telling him to go. Revenge is definitely a big theme, isn't it? In the Assassins. That and injustice seems to be a big theme as well. Wow. 9 years later. So there's new tools available in the shops. We haven't been to a shop in ages. Map-wise, we have been to some of this previously, 9 years previously. There's treasure over there. There's loads of things to find. There's loads of viewpoints we haven't done. We can start the mission. The new special maps available in the shops is Black Creek Feathers, Johnstown Feathers. There's lots of new things in the shops, but obviously we haven't been to it. So it's quite a long intro. We were Haytham for quite a while. Then we was a young boy. I'm assuming. What's the recent entries in the? Okay, there's a few updated. Edward Braddock, updated. We've read that one. The territory of the Kanakake Nation, more commonly known these days as the Mohawk Valley. This valley follows the Mohawk River as it runs between the Catskill and Alderac Mountains. It's part of the territory of the Mohawk, sometimes known as the Mohawk in English, hence the name. The valley also happens to be the only natural route from the Atlantic Ocean to the Great Lakes, meaning it was the only easy way to get to the coast into frontier territory and up into Canada. This made the valley incredibly strategically important during the French and Indian War and during the Revolutionary War. And by strategically important, I mean the valley was contested territory and regularly raided. Most of the settlements in it were razed during the Revolutionary War. Actually, the damage to the surrounding farm was so bad that food had to be shipped into the area from the south. The revolution is known in the area as the burning of the valleys. That says it all, really. Your opinion is to do Witcher after Siege of Paris, and then do all the Assassin's Creed games. Cool. Like I said, that's why I put it on the Discord, so everyone can give their opinion. We can find a way to do it. A friend of Rataka Huckerton from the same village, the two boys were the same age, members of the same clan, making them cousins. Though the connection may have been somewhat distant, the boys were inseparable throughout their childhood, with Kenakakon being the more conservative of the two. That is, Ratton Hockett, I'm not pronouncing them, I know that, would be the one to get them in trouble, and then the other would try and talk them out. R and K, I think that's the easiest way. R would be the one to get them in trouble, and K would try and talk them out of it. Yeah, like I said, I haven't made any decisions. I'm leaving it to you guys as well. So K was a member of the Canyon Nation living on the frontier lands near Boston at the time of the French-Indian War. Oh no, we've read this bit, so this is updated. So, Canio's actions during the Braddock expedition, along with a relationship with a known Templar, more or less excluded her from becoming a clan mother herself in adulthood. However, it seems even after a child was born, she continued arguing for action in the war, rather than the restraint advocated by the village elders. She did, however, cut off all contact with Haytham, so she stopped talking to Haytham. It's not clear why the Templars attacked in 1760 or what their objective may have been. The village was nearly destroyed but recovered over the course of several years. So she distanced herself from Haytham as well. Okay. Time we're on for? Oh, we've still got about 40 minutes. We've got plenty of time yet. But yeah, no, we've got to make a decision about that. Well, we've got to scout the air and look for feathers. Hold R2 only to free one run safely in trees. Press X in a V-shaped tree to climb upward. Okay, so if we're in a V-shaped tree, we can press X to climb upwards. So the controls are slightly different to Haytham by the looks of it. Haytham. Just as we're getting used to the controls. So it's saying how more people are going to come. And how we need to do something, otherwise they're going to be overrun. We're going to try and get there without touching the ground by the sounds of it. He doesn't quite agree. So we're teaching them how to climb, and we're not meant to touch the ground. Where are we heading? Continue through. We're heading down there.
Yeah, alright, cool. Yeah. What the?
I don't want to drop because we don't want to touch the ground.
Neck duck, sir.
Can I go up? Oh, that branch decided moving. I don't want to drop down.
That's quick.
Because we were trying to go up there, but I don't know. Oh, okay, R2. There we go. This is proper parkour now. Do not touch the ground or water. It's the optional objective. Where are we? Warning, stay close. Where is he? Has he gone in the water? We desynced because we lost our ally. He fell in the water, I think that was the issue. Yeah, the way the branch was moving was incredible. Shaking, I think it would have thrown us off. But yeah, I didn't realise it. Do as I do. Obviously, the other guy falls off, so we can't go too far ahead. Right, where is he? I've already found this once. Because he fell off. thought we was doing well, but then the other guy fell. Right, we're too quick. Is he behind us? He is coming. I don't want to go too far ahead, knowing he's probably going to fall in again. Is he behind us? Come on. Help. We can't touch the water. Right, we can help him up though. Just read in Death Standing, when you kill someone you have to dispose of the body. Really? Wow. Right, we recovered him. That was the issue last time, we went too far ahead. He fell and we weren't close enough to help him. Hoping now he'll stick with us. Where is he? Come on then. Yeah, he's coming. I'm just going to be a bit more cautious about how far ahead we go. Knowing if he falls, we've got to go and rescue him. No, he's behind us. Now we climb up. That's what we're after that feather in that nest. He's got a point. He's asking him to search the other nest and we're going to go high. But if you don't challenge yourself, how will you ever improve? It's a good point. Right, we can't touch the ground and we need to go higher up, I believe. Retrieve the eagle feathers. So we should be able to go up into the knot of the tree there. Right, there's a feather over this way. There we go. Trying to see where it is. I think it is just up here. It is. Can we climb up? I'll play holes into the side of the rock. There we go. Right, this is our eagle feather. We completed the optional objectives of not touching the ground. That's always a bonus. And there's the eagle. And off we fall. I did that on purpose. Okay, he wants us to get the rest of them because he can't reach them. Find more feathers, so we've got to find 3 more feathers. Okay, there's one above us, by the sounds of it. Just trying to work out. Can we climb up this? We can. Right, I know one's literally here. There we go. Feathers. Number 1 done. There is another one to the right. Maybe we should stay up and go across that way. But yeah, the side quest is to actually retrieve 3 more feathers. There's one over here somewhere. The way the branches move is incredible. There we go, number 2 done. Where is the last feather? I'm just trying to see on the map if I can see it. Okay, that's the destination. There is a feather all the way over here. You're hyped to play Death Standing. Right, I've marked one up, but it's miles away. Like a long way away. Whether that's the one we need to go for. Obviously, I don't want to finish the mission without doing the optional objective. So, if it is that far away, that's where we've got to go to. I also don't know if it starts to say desyncing because we've gone too far. Then obviously, it's an issue. The other feather is over there. I can actually drop to the floor because we can touch the floor now. Just got to keep an eye in case Sonny says desyncing. We have got weapons. We haven't got a bow at the minute, but we have got a tomahawk. No, so we can't go that way. Right, so this feather we need to find isn't there. Now, I wonder then, if we don't go to that feather, it's too far away, maybe the viewpoint. Maybe that will give us the feather we need. It's a long way up. Because obviously if you need 3 feathers, there is going to be more here. It's just finding them. Can't climb up there. It's knowing how to get up the viewpoint. We are quite high up right now. He fell off there, didn't he? Right, this is where we've got the first one. But the viewpoint is up to the left. Hoping if we get there it will show us the other feathers. Hello again, Lisa. We are now a young boy whose name I cannot pronounce. While we're here, I'm just trying to clear the optional objective, which is the 3 feathers. Can't climb up there. It's also knowing where you can climb. As we know in the RPG era of Assassin's Creed, climbing's quite free. In this, it doesn't seem to be. I'm hoping this is not going to tell me I can't go here. As this is where I think I need to go to get all the feathers to come up. No, not really. I'm trying to think where we were when you left. Where were we when you left? Do you remember? Radon Hagagdon Dune. Okay, if you say so. Where were we? I don't think we've been... were we the boy when you left? I can't remember where we were when you left, to be fair. Offhand. Right, there is an eagle feather nearby. So there is one there. So it's on the way to where we're actually heading. So from here we should be able to jump down. There we go. Oh, definitely harder to right. Oh. Okay, got to go back where we were. So there is a feather on the way to where we're heading, which helps. But we got the viewpoint at least, which helped us find this other feather. Whoa! I missed it. I got it that time. I dodged it. I think it went away. I missed it again. I missed the X. So many different buttons it wants you to press when an animal jumps at you. You left when he was revealed as Templar. Okay, cool. So the lady, the indigenous lady that was helping us. Oh, it's taken 2 feathers away from us. No, it's not. We still only need 1. I'm assuming the viewpoint is still done. Let's have a look. Did we lose the viewpoint? I can't see. No, viewpoint is still synced. Perfect. I thought we'd lost it. But yeah, when the animals attack, you have to press. It was circle, then it was X, then it was a triangle. It's quite quick. So yeah, she was pregnant. It has a lot of quick time events. And if you're not expecting them at the time as well, that does get tricky. Right, we've got to get up there by the sounds of things. Should be able to climb the tree. So yeah, the lady who helped us, the indigenous lady, was pregnant. I'm assuming Haytham was the father. Then we were a child. We were playing with our other children from the village. And then we were found and threatened by Charles Lee. And then we went back to... That wasn't what I wanted to do. I want to hang. We were found by Charles Lee, who then threatened us. We then got back to our village to find it had been burnt down. And we tried to save her mother, but she told us that she couldn't be saved and we were gone. And now we're where we are now. We just taught our cousin how to climb trees, although he's not very good at it. And now we're about to start hunting lessons, it seems. But yeah, the quick time events are just so quick. If you're not expecting them, it's very difficult to keep up. Thank you for the like over there, was much appreciated. So we're better at climbing than our cousin. And by the sounds of it, we're better at hunting as well. Right, we need to find, kill and skin a hare within the search area. To draw the bow is square, or draw the bow is triangle. Right, we've got to find a hare in the search area, kill it and skin it. But yeah, the Haytham being a Templar bit, I was saying that, I've said before that there's something not about him. I just thought he was quite brash and intimidating. I didn't think he was going to end up doing what he did. But it turns out he is a Templar. Oh. I did a reflex shot. I love reflex shots. They're so much easier. We got a hare in the animus database. We might as well have a look at it. Hare. Behaviour: skittish animals. Hares are not good at detecting threats. Weakness: bait, snares, poison darts. Hunting tips: use a snare near the clue left by a hare to trap it, or place bait, then hide and assassinate when the hare is close. Alternatively, advance toward it undetected by hiding in the trees and then use your bow. You can use a poison dart to slow the hare and kill it. Parts used several, including pelt and rabbit's foot. I don't know, actually. That's a good shout. Let's skin it, and then once we've skinned it, there we go, we've got a hare pelt. Place a snare where hares gather. So no, the eagle vision doesn't. It highlights the clue, which is here. So I highlighted a clue. So it's the hare's food source. So this is teaching us how to hunt. So we can hold R1, select snare. There we go. And hold triangle to plant. So where's he running off to? Oh, we've got to go. So he's just set a snare as well. I think our snares, as our snare works, we need to track a deer in the area. So eagle vision seems to give us places to hide. We need to track a deer. And clues. It actually gives us clues as well, which is quite good. I keep forgetting about eagle vision, to be fair. So there's a clue just up here. There? Oh, it's round the side. But yeah, I keep forgetting about Eagle Vision. So analyse the clue. We can track a deer, hopefully. But it doesn't highlight the wildlife itself. But it does highlight bushes that you can hide in and clues by the looks of things. Right, we need to kill the deer. He was saying about using the bow, but he doesn't want to. He wants to use his hands. So I'm assuming I need to get close to it if he doesn't want to kill it with a bow. But yeah, you can bait animals. Okay, we can bait animals. So we bait it. Throw bait. I baited it. It's not moving. Come on. So I can draw a weapon. I obviously don't want to draw a weapon. I want to kill it. Assassinate. There we go. So the quality of the hunting spoils depends on the technique used. So what you gain from the animal is depending on what you do to do it. Poor kid, his whole family died. He watched his mother burning to death. Well, no, he didn't. I don't think he saw a burning to death. I think he was brought away from it. But yeah, he knows what happened. And he knew he had a chance to save her, but was stopped. They're skittish and quick to notice threats. Weakness to bait and poison. Place bait, then hide and assassinate. When it's close enough, remain until approaching through the trees and use your bow. You can pelt and venison. But yeah, so the way you kill the animal is important to what you get from the animal. So obviously bare hands, I think you're going to get more from it. We now got deer, and we can now go back and check our snares. Let's go back and have a look at our snares. We've got deer tail, deer heart with all glows of ingredients. Like I say, I've not, as usual, I don't look into anything, so I don't know if there's crafting. I try and avoid looking into anything about what I'm playing. One of the rabbits in the snare.
Yeah, man.
And then the other snare. It looks like he's done it. He lacks confidence, doesn't he, the other one? Right, what do we need to catch now? Hunt more than one type of animal. Combine bait and a snare to catch an animal. And air assassinate 2 animals. We need to catch 5. Okay, so that's the optional objectives are quite big. So we need to bait and catch an animal is one of the optional objectives. And we need to air assassinate as well. So if we need to find their food source, surely. There's a clue over here. I need to air assassinate. Oh look, there's loads of animals there. There was loads of animals. They've all run away. Right, what's this? This is a clue to an animal. Is it a food source, I would have said? If it is, we can bait and snare. Deer ate some berries from this bush. Right, so there's a deer over there. I need to air assassinate, so just run away though. I don't know if we can go that far out. So the air assassination I think is going to be quite difficult. So there's animals there. The animals are really quick, aren't they? Right, there's lots of animals around. Can we get close enough to air assassinate one? There's another clue over there. Oh, there's an animal there. It's a deer. It's a rabbit. Okay, no, that's one air assassination. Okay, one done. I'm trying to get the other objectives out the way, the optional objectives out the way before we do everything else. So we want to air assassinate another one, ideally. It can either be another rabbit or something else, just to make life better. Yes, we don't. We could, yeah, that's not a bad shout. If we're up in the air, can we not drop bait down? That's a very good shout. Hadn't thought of that. Let's throw some bait. Can we get an animal to come below us? If it's not a rabbit, even better. Yeah, well, basically, I had to wait this morning for my little boy to go to his grandparents. So because of that, we started late. So we're still going to do a normal 4 hours. We just started a bit later. They're not close enough for me. I've done some more bait. Come on, there's deer. Assassinate. Even better. So that's 2 air assassinations done. 2 different types of animals done. So we need to do a bait and snare combination. Now, how do we... I can throw bait, absolutely. How do I... So I'm assuming this would count as bait still. So, if I then change to a snare, we can plant the snare. If I change back to bait, would that count as... I can pick up the... I'm assuming I can... That must be a combination, surely. Let's hide in the bush. That's got to be a combination. We'll find out in a second. There's deer. I'm assuming my snare won't work on deer. Unfortunately not. There's other animals coming as well. So my snare's too small, I think, for them animals. The fox is trying to get a look in as well. Let's see if we can... I want my bow, ideally. I might be able to get the fox from here. If I can... I think I missed the shot. Try to get the fox as a different type of animal. But yeah, we don't want the deer where the snare is. They've eaten all the food and the snare's gone as well. We can analyse clue, which we know is a deer clue. What's this clue? There's a clue here as well. Oh, there was. Oh, there's one over here. So we've got to do 3 different types of animals. That's the thing. If we're trying to do the other objectives. Deer mark the ground. So we know a deers are nearby here, but it doesn't really help us. We still need to do this. We know that's a deer one there. I need to do a bait one. Bait and snare. I need to combine the 2. I'm assuming these would be to do with rabbits, which we should be able to do here. We still need a fox or something like that as a third type. A hare ate some flowers. So, in theory, I'm thinking snare. Place a snare here. And then if we change that to bait, I'm saying throw some bait round the snare. And we can just go and wait over here. We're hoping for a hare. I'm hoping to do the objective as we go. Yeah, that's a good point. Multiple would be ideal. See, the deer's coming again. And the problem with the deer, they will eat the bait, but they won't. They can set the snare off. There is something else right nearby. I can see it. I can see the fox. Oh, I think we've done it. Yes, combine the bait and snare to catch an animal. We did. Right, it did work. The fox can get caught in it. So now we just need to kill. We just need to hunt 2 more. I didn't know the fox could get caught in it, but it can. And the reflex shot. That's animal number 4, and we need 1 more animal now. And this is done. Yeah, but your idea of multiple snares would definitely be ideal. There's an animal coming towards us. We got it. So that's all optional objectives done as well. The reflex shot is definitely the best shot, I think, for hunting. Although I'm pretty sure if you hunt with a bow, you won't gain perfect pelts. He was saying before, you need to hunt with your hands. So that is something we need to remember. Where is he? There we go. Yeah, we've done all the optional. We've messed some up previously, so we will have to go back. Once we finish the game, we'll go back to do all the rest of them. What's happened here? Hey. Why is he running away? Escape from the... There's a bear. When attacked by an animal, press... Escape from the bear. I don't know where I've got to run to. Other than escape from the bear. I think I've just got to run away from the red circle. There we go. Return to the village. So I managed to get the buttons pressed roughly okay that time. But yeah, the quick time events, I didn't mean to jump like that. The quick time events, there's quite a few. It's just making sure you press the buttons at the right time. But yeah, once we complete the game, while we're just finishing off trophies, we'll go back and try and complete the optional objectives for missions we miss. Obviously, if we fail an optional objective quite close to the start of the mission, we can restart there and then. But yeah, generally, we'll aim to try and do them as we go, but obviously, it's not always possible. Right, back to the village. I've got to be a little bit careful with time now. We are running out of time. We've got about 10 minutes or so left. And obviously, autosave is the only save that works. That's the other thing with this. Autosave is the only way of saving. He caught some rabbits. I hated at the start climbing when you're holding R2. Yeah, it's difficult to get used to be fair. Yeah, I think they did change it in future games, to be honest. The biggest difficulty we have, full synchronization, bonus. The biggest difficulty I think we have, more than anything else, is just the fact that we're so used to the RPG era of games that the controls for them are so different to what we're using now. I think that's the biggest issue we face. But that's not too bad. Right, I am thinking of time and what we have. What can we do? What am I select? That's the map. Hunting. See details of the hunting regions on the map. So it tells you what animals are likely there. Deer. I want to say fox, rabbit, and one we don't know. We haven't discovered any in that region. That's interesting. We're still in the frontier, obviously. We've left Boston currently. But yeah, I didn't know that was on there as a choice. Obviously, sections of the map. Yeah, I'm curious. I know what I'm pressing wrong. So the next mission is here. My concern is time. I don't know if we've got time to start another mission or not. And obviously, saves are auto-saved. Do we want to start the mission or do we want to hold off? I don't know. The thing is, if I start a mission, I want to finish it, aren't I? Right. obviously this is where the mission marker is. I think we're better off stopping. But yeah, so far, if we look at the DNA tracker, sequence 1, we did everything. That's full synchronization. Sequence 2, we missed all them parts. We did 51%. That was the only one in sequence 2. Sequence 3, we still need to do another one there. And we're still in sequence 4. We have nearly finished sequence 4. How many sequences are there? Okay, there's 12 sequences. Side missions. Discoveries, collectibles. Naval missions. Or locations. No, privateer contracts. Homestead missions. So there's quite a few. I think we're probably going to have to call it a day. I don't want to start anything else and us not have time to do it. Is there anything left in the Animus database we didn't look at? Let's have a look. Foxes. So they're curious and skittish, quick to detect threats, and will flee if they notice you. See, baits, snares. So you need to read these so you know what ones are susceptible to snares. Use a snare near a clue left by a fox to trap it, or place bait, hide, and assassinate. You can also approach the fox through the trees and shoot with your bow, or you can use a poison dart to slow and kill it. Oh wow. I thought with the Mohawks we'd read quite a lot. Meaning the people of Flint. They're the indigenous people who traditionally inhabit a territory stretches northward from the Mohawk River to the St. Florence River Valley. They span a geographic area of what is known as New York State, western Vermont, and southern Quebec. They are joined by the Oneida, Onondaga, I can't pronounce any of these, Cayuga and Seneca nations, found an alliance or confederation over 1,000 years ago called the People of the Longhouse. Also known as the Iroquois by the French and the Six Nations Confederacy by the English, following the naturalization of the Tuscarora nation in 1722. Called Mohawk by the Dutch after an offensive Algonquin term for cannibal, they're considered to be the keepers of the Eastern Door, sharing with the Seneca nation the responsibility for guarding the doorways of the symbolic Longhouse. Due to their strategic geographic location in the east, they were the first of the nations to establish diplomatic and economic relations with Europeans on behalf of the Confederacy. Meaning people of the Standing Stone. The Oneida nation is the member of the Confederacy. Both the Oneida and Cayuga nations are referred to as the younger brothers in the Grand Council. Meaning people of the hills, the Onondaga nation is a member of the Confederacy, essentially located amongst the Iroquois nations. The Onondaga nation serves as firekeepers or capital of the Confederacy. Chiefs. The name is generally, I'm trying not to mispronounce, so if I'm going to avoid saying it, I will. Generally, to say this chiefs, each chief is named after one of the original founders of the League when it was established. These leaders represent their clan and nation at the Grand Council. The chiefs also serve as leadership in their respective nation. Each chief is installed by a clan mother who use specific criteria to ensure he is qualified to assume this hereditary position. The chief is instilled for life and is only released on account of merit, sickness, or death. Wow. The Seneca Nation, meaning people of the Big Hill. They are a member of the Confederacy, geographically located on the western end of the Confederacy. The Seneca are called the Keepers of the Western Door, and are responsible for protecting the western entrance into the territory. The primary economy of the Confederacy was horticulture, cultivating what the Haudenosaunee called the Three Sisters: corn, beans, and squash. The women of the village were primarily in charge of the community's economy and tended to the fields, while the men supplemented their economy through hunting and fishing. The economy figures grew prominently in the spiritual cycle of ceremonies, as they will hold Thanksgiving ceremonies to welcome and honour a particular plant or food during corresponding seasons. When George Washington wanted to neutralize the Confederacy during the American Revolution, he ordered General Sullivan to destroy every village, specifically targeting their cornfields, an act that earned Washington and succeeding presidents the title Town Destroyer. Wow. There's lots of oppression, isn't there? I know Assassin's Creed as a game has a lot of oppression. I know we say that a lot of the assassins come from it's born out of revenge. There's a lot of oppression. There's a lot of reasons for people to turn against the Templars and others, to be fair. Meaning, so the Tuscarora nation, meaning hen gatherers, remember the Confederacy, originally from North Carolina, they migrated northward and were adopted by the Haudenosaunee in between 1714 and 1722. From the point on, they're referred to as the Six Nations Confederacy. So they were the last ones to join the Confederacy. That should be all my things done. Got the Boston locations. Other than that, I think we're good. Okay, what we'll do, we will leave. I'm hoping my concern with an autosave is obviously it doesn't autosave where you want it to, and that can be an issue. So, 4 hours in. So we did 2 and a bit hours the other day, 4 hours in now. So we're 6 hours in. And I will say straight away, the story is intriguing. The way you start off as a Templar, and now I'm assuming we're gonna know him as Connor later on. But his father, I'm guessing, and complete guess at this point, from what the story has told us, Haytham is our father, which does give a massive plot twist to the fact that we think, or believe, or we know Connor will turn out to be an assassin. And Charles Lee is obviously going to be on the end of his hidden dagger at some point. But thank you all very much for today. I know we started later than normal. We've gone on later as well. I did put on the Discord the plan for the week, but for those that aren't aware, we'll be back tomorrow morning, normal time. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe a little bit earlier, till about midday. And then tomorrow evening, we're hoping to do mastery challenges in Valhalla. I'm trying to keep my eye in with Valhalla, knowing the DLC's around the corner, just so we can keep an eye in with the controls and not lose out on that. And I want to get the mastery challenges done as well, so we'll have a couple of hours of mastery. Wednesday, be normal time stream, 8 o'clock in the morning, until 11, because I've got a work phone call at about 11:30, so the stream won't be as long on Wednesday. But Wednesday evening, we're hoping to do some Avengers as well, and then Thursday morning stream will be as normal. And Thursday evening, hopefully more mastery challenges if we've not finished them. Can you please say his name? I forgot. What was his name? If you can spell it, I'll try and say it. I can't think what his name was offhand. Let me see if I can get it up. I don't want to spoil the story for myself, but I need to try and find out where his name is now. There's still lots, I think, for us to do in the game. There's lots to still see, find. Okay, so his name is Raton Hackaton. Raton Hackaton. So I found it, Super Colobby, don't worry. So Raton Hackaton, I think. Otherwise known as Connor. We'll stick with Connor. Makes life easy. But yeah, hopefully that was pronounced not too badly. But that is it for today. So we're back tomorrow morning with more Assassin's Creed 3. I hope you're all enjoying it. It's definitely different. It's fun. And the story looks to be going in a really interesting direction. I wish I could remember playing it. I really do. But thank you all for the likes, the conversation, the views today. You've all been amazing as always. So we'll be back tomorrow morning with more Assassin's Creed 3. Hopefully I'll see some of you there. Have an enjoyable day, everyone. And I'll see you all again soon. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.